Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. We will get started in just a minute. Let me just do my posted comment and we will get started. Oh, is it back feeding into the mic a little bit? I think so. Yeah, it is just a little bit. Okay, that should fix that. Okay, comment is up. Alrighty. Alright, hello everyone. Welcome to another live stream of Tea and Toast with Ghost. I am Ghost, your host. Alright, we are just about ready to go here, folks. I do apologize for the delay. I was missing a couple of things before we could start, but we are ready to go. So that's the good news, folks. Alright, please remember everybody that this is a live Q&A stream and I also do reactions. So, there we go. And I'm not going to turn on permadeath. No, I'm not gonna do permadeath for a playthrough. I'll probably do that for my own fun on my own time. But I'm not gonna do that. Alright, I'm gonna let the opening sequence play, and then we'll pull up the first video, guys. So, enjoy.
The Kingdom of Mertana, united by King Robar II. During the long years of his reign, he was able to defeat all foes of Israel. All except one.
Enough! Get me the damn maid! God!
No, I'll keep that thought to myself. Never mind.
The war against the orcs took its toll, and the prisoners of the realm were to pay the price. The king needed swords for his army. Every man guilty of a crime, no matter how insignificant, was forced to work in the ore mines of Khorinis. To make it impossible for them to escape, the king sent out the best magicians of the kingdom to create a magic barrier around the entire valley. I was one of them. Something disturbed the delicate structure of magic. We were trapped inside our own barrier. During the years, there were many attempts to open the barrier, but nothing worked. Nobody could get out. 1 second of negligence was enough for the prisoners. Wait a second. We don't have to. The Valley of Mines was now under the control of the convicts.
We got him by the balls. He has to pay it.
The king had no choice. He had to negotiate. He needed the ore. Month after month, the king supplied everything the prisoners needed. Month after month, they brought the ore to the edge of the barrier in exchange. Until the present day. Another convict was brought to the cliff. He did not know, but he would change everything.
In the name of King Robar II, bearer of the Scepter of Varant, I sentence this convict to...
Stop!
That doesn't look like Pyrocar.
Convict, I've got an offer to make you. This letter must reach the leader of the Magicians of Fire.
You're wasting your time.
You may choose your own reward. They will give you anything you ask for.
Very well. I will take your letter. On one condition. Spare me the rest of his nonsense.
How dare you keep silent? Right, send him in.
Bullet.
Welcome to the colony.
Oh,
That's enough. Leave him alone. And now scram.
That was always my favorite part of the intro here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the colony.
Still alive? Good. I'm Diego. I don't care who you are. You're green blood, and I'm the guy who takes care of you lot. Let's leave it at that. Now, if you plan on staying alive in here, you should stay and chat with me for a minute so I can show you the ropes. Your choice, though. If you want to run off towards your doom, I ain't gonna stop you. What'll it be?
What do I need to know about this place?
We call it the colony. We mine ore for King Robar, but I'm sure you already figured that out yourself. Well, at least us
Seems
from
like the
old
video
camp
capture card's a
Old
little
camp?
low.
Yes, there are 3 camps inside the barrier. The old one, the new one, and the swamp camp. The old is the biggest, and it was also the first.
Tell me about the other camps.
They split from the old camp to pursue their stupid breakout plans. The new campers, for example, work with the water mages who have convinced them they can blow up the barrier by channeling the magic of ore. They've saved up a pretty pile of nuggets for that.
And that other camp?
That would be the swamp camp. We call them the loons. They spend all day smoking swamp weed and praying to some god they believe will lead them to freedom. So far, he's been rather quiet. Honestly, don't waste your time with these fools. The barrier ain't going nowhere. That's the first lesson any freshie should get into his head.
What can you tell me about the barrier?
Other than that there's no getting through, not much.
What would happen if I tried to walk out of here?
The same that happened to the last fool who had that brilliant plan. It would hit you with a lightning bolt so nasty, even the scavengers won't touch what's left of you. Everything gets in, but nothing that lives goes out again. It's that simple.
If there's a way out of here, I'll find it.
So eager to get out of here, huh? And you only just got here.
Tell me more about the old camp.
We control the biggest mine in the valley. That makes us, or rather our leader Gomez, the biggest wolf in the cage. Control the ore, and you control the colony. Once a month, we send the king a big fat shipment, and he sends us whatever we ask for in return.
And he's okay with that?
What's he gonna do? Send his army into a dome it would never get out of again? His soldiers would desert before they did that. We have him by the balls, and he knows it. You can get your piece of the cake, too. All you have to do is join our camp.
Tell me about this Gomez.
What's there to tell? He's the biggest ore baron, the boss of the old camp, and the most powerful man of the colony.
Actually, I would argue that Zardus is more powerful, because only Zardus can conjure an army of the dead,
Why did you help
and he
me?
doesn't need
Because
the
you
ore to
needed help.
survive either.
If I hadn't stepped in, there's a chance Bullet and his lads would have killed you. That said, I also want to make you an offer.
I'm listening.
Yes, your little run-in with Bullet and his lads hopefully showed you that the colony is no place for lone wolves. If you want to survive, you gotta join one of the 3 camps sooner or later. I'm here to
In the
tell you that
lower
old
levels,
camp
yeah.
is your best bet.
How do I get to the old camp?
Oh, that's simple. Just follow the road down the canyon. You can't miss it. Find yourself a weapon first, though. The thoroughfares are somewhat safe, but there's plenty of wild animals roaming the area these days.
Where do I get a weapon?
Well, you can't take it from the trading post. This is old camp property. I tried the abandoned mine down the canyon.
Just some
There's
pickaxes.
bound to be something.
Where is this bullet now?
Probably back in the old camp. He and his lads came here to pick up the king's shipment. If you plan on taking him on, though, be careful. He's a damn good fighter.
Oh, I'll have my fun with him.
Your guys just nearly beat me to death. Why would I join your camp?
Look, kid, I'm not gonna stand here and try to win you over. Yes, Bullet is a bastard, but in a way, what he and his guys did to you was a good lesson. Strength and reputation. Those will be your biggest assets in here. You, as of now, have neither. So yeah, that's how it is. Just know I've been here a long time. Take it or leave it. It's all the same.
Say I want to join.
Talk to the warder at the castle entrance. Thoris, that's his name.
And then what?
You'll figure it out.
I have a letter for the highest fire.
That's so.
Yes. Some.
Interesting. Consider yourself lucky that the mages and I aren't on the best terms. Anyone else would have happily... Look,
Most folk in here are dirt poor, and the mages are known to pay good enough. So do yourself a favor and keep your mouth shut about this until you meet an actual mage. Unlikely as it is.
Why not?
The mages live in the old camp castle, and only Gomez's guys are allowed in there. But if you're lucky, you might run into Torres in the outer ring. He's the only one.
I'll be going.
Don't mention it. If not, see you in the old. And one more thing. You can read, can't you? If he says so.
Okay. So, word of advice if you've never played this game, folks, stick with Diego. He clears you a path to the old camp. Come back to this place a little bit later, and there's a couple secrets around here that I'll gladly show everybody. So let me get to the old camp. Well, seeing as that we're with Diego now, let's stick with Diego while we get our stuff going. So I'm gonna flip on my first video here. Oops. Meat bugs.
Might want to check that mine up there for gear. Mind the mole rats, though.
Too bad nothing here is worth getting. Grab the pickaxe. Perfect. Grab a weapon.
Slept with the wrong woman?
You don't want to know.
You're right. Probably not. Not like it matters anyway. The crown's so desperate for
Oh,
orders,
FYI, everybody,
killing happens.
you never actually do find out what he got thrown in the colony for. The game always gives you 3 options, and one of them's funny. You know, you're messing around with some noble's wife. That one was always the funniest.
What did he do?
Oh. Oh, right. Yeah. Made the wrong enemies. Damn birds. Breed like rabbits. What do we have here?
Oh, you're kidding me.
What do we have here? There it is. Not now.
Oh. Oh no. Okay, I gotta reload that. Anyone wondering why I'm reloading? Make it short, sweet, to the point. Every early experience point you get in this game is absolutely necessary, so...
Modern dating is collapsing, and the same group is protected from scrutiny. Right now, 63% of men aged 18 to 29 are single, compared to just 34% of women. That is not a small gap. That is a structural asymmetry. That tells us something important immediately. Women are not broadly opting out of dating. They are consolidating access around a smaller group of men, which means competition is higher, selectivity matters more, peer influence carries more weight, and small social pressures have outsized returns. At the same time, young adults are having less sex than any generation on record, and loneliness is accelerating so fast that the US Surgeon General has declared this a public health crisis, with men being disproportionately affected. So let's be very clear about the picture that we're looking at. Fewer relationships, less sex, more loneliness, more resentment, more confusion, and more ideological conflict. Whatever it is that we're doing right now, it's not working. And when the system fails this badly, the first question should always be, what variables are we refusing to examine? And this is where things get uncomfortable. When modern dating fails, the default explanation is almost always the same. Men need to improve. Men fear.
Yeah, that's always the kind of blame. It's always somebody else's fault. It's never not the other person's fault. And this is the last video I will use about dating here, folks. What else? And then we'll the next few subjects will be about divorce in this case. And, you know, we're going over what the dating realities are for men. Come on. Get up. Yeah, a little juvenile scavenger just took me down, folks. This is the I have very little health and no armor. This game is hard, trust me.
Commitment. Men are just emotionally unavailable. No, it's masculinity. That's the problem. Entire industries, content ecosystems, and academic frameworks exist to just scrutinize male behavior. But there is a glaring absence in this entire conversation. Female behavior. Especially how women influence others.
Actually, you know what? Instead of going and dealing with that scavenger and letting Diego get it,
but because examining this,
let's go get that. I believe there's a club over here.
Women are simply victims of a system. They're not agents even. And the problem with
I actually disagree with that a little bit, to be perfectly honest with everybody here. You know, I can agree to a point that women are victim of the system just as much as men are. I can agree with that. But you know, there's also I also disagree with this on the grounds of complicity. And why do I say that women are complicit in the system that's causing this? Darn it. But I think women are complicit. And why do I say they are complicit? You know, it doesn't have anything to do with that women are being malicious. It's just we benefit. Now, why do I say women benefit? You know, the answer here is straightforward. If men are the evil mustachioed villains who are the problem, and women are the holy good angels, which has been propped up by society, so you get the victim narrative plus diversity, inclusion, and equity hiring. So women are complicit because it benefits them. And, you know, this benefits me. I don't want to give up my privilege or my power.
That story isn't compassion. The problem is its incompleteness. Because systems don't collapse unless multiple forces are interacting. And one of the most powerful forces in dating, documented across evolutionary psychology, social psychology, and behavioral economics, is female regulation. So here's the Pandora's box. Women do not regulate dating primarily through laws, force, or authority, but they regulate it socially through shame, praise, reputation, moral language, inclusion and exclusion, and what gets labeled empowering versus problematic. And research consistently shows that women are much more sensitive to the same-sex peer norms than men, particularly around sexual behavior, appearance, relationship standards, and mate selection. Which means, if you want to understand modern dating outcomes, you can't just analyze men. You have to analyze how women's behavior shapes and molds other women's behavior. But that entire conversation is completely avoided. Why? Because once you open that conversation, a few very uncomfortable truths start to surface. One being, some of the advice that women give to other women makes outcomes significantly worse. Alternatively,
Well, they also don't talk about how other women, when they see other women in happy relationships and she's miserable, guess what she wants to do? She wants to sabotage that relationship, because why should that bitch over there, why should she be happy? I mean, if you go on Reddit and look before, right around 2019, before ChatGPT became more reliable and churning out stories, guess what? You could actually reliably get stories of how women who thought that their girlfriends deserved better turned around and stabbed them in the back and ruined their relationships. Or they wanted their husbands for themselves. I've heard all stories, and I'm pretty sure a couple of them are fake. I don't doubt it. But still, the backstabbing and everything still happens. So, yeah. So, yeah. This is what happens, folks. So, yeah. What do you expect from a bunch of greedy people? Now, am I saying men aren't greedy? No, of course. JASSs are going to be greedy. It's just, when it comes to male greed, we don't covet. Well, I mean, we do covet a beautiful woman or an attractive woman. No, we would do that, but we don't covet to ruin somebody else's happiness. We want our own happiness.
empowerment narratives reduce long-term leverage. Some forms of solidarity quietly punish selectivity, restraint, and standards, and much of this competition hides behind moral language. I want to make one thing really clear. None of this requires malicious intent. It only requires incentives. And the refusal to examine female-to-female dynamics is always framed as some sort of protection. But, plot twist, it's not protecting women. It's protecting a really bad feedback loop.
Yeah. How do you get people to work hard?
Women who feel empowered, but confused and dissatisfied. In relationships that collapse under these contradictions that nobody's allowed to name. That is not progress. That's suppression masquerading as compassion. I want to be clear, this video is not about attacking all women, but it is about addressing some uncomfortable truths that we refuse to and or aren't allowed to acknowledge. Today I want to ask you, who do you believe actually enforces these norms in dating? Who do you think shapes behavior day to day? And what would happen if competition was denied instead of integrated? Because when you refuse to acknowledge these truths, they don't disappear. They just leak out as resentment, as confusion, as a loneliness, as a gender. So opening this conversation isn't dangerous. Pretending it doesn't exist, however, is. Now, let's start with a recent trend that carries enormous moral weight, but often functions as manipulation. And the phrase that's going around right now is a girl's girl. On the surface, it sounds harmless, even virtuous, but in practice, it operates much less like solidarity and more like a compliance test. It signals loyalty, emotional intelligence, and aggressive values. It implies that women actually live in that conflict between women and misuse of adoration caused by trauma, the patriarchy, or internalized misogyny.
That, I've heard so many stories of the sisterhood coming together and the sisterhood backstabbing the women who say, no, you're wrong, or they turn their back, or they even disagree with some of the things that they're doing. It's almost disturbing. But still, this is kind of the point here that the sisterhood protects you when you agree with the sisterhood, and when you don't agree with the sisterhood, it turns its back on you. I mean, if you don't believe me, look up Ernie Pitsey, one of the co-founders of the Refuge, and look what they did to her to chase her out of the organization that she co-founded to help women out of DV situations. And, why did they chase her out? It wasn't because she did anything that anyone would say is wrong. What the? Oh, he threw a rock at me while I was healing. Choose relationships that are not great for their mental health, not great, especially not great for their physical health. Why are they choosing these relationships? And all the work she did, all the research she did, she published a book about it, and her life was threatened, her family was threatened, and she had to flee from London for over 10 years and abandon the organization she was a part of. All because the information she found, all the information she had been researching, found, and everything went against what the sisterhood wanted, and she had to be punished for it. So, yeah. People will do almost anything to keep their privilege and power, regardless of who it hurts. I mean, think about Mortal Kombat 11 before the whole timeline reboot. Sindel would do anything to keep her privilege and her power, even if it meant stabbing her own daughter stabbing her own daughter in the back. And that's the same thing that's going on right now. Oops.
Some of my favorite pieces of comics. And while this framing is powerful, it collapses under scrutiny. When a behavior is labeled moral, questioning it inherently becomes immoral. So when women are told, be a girl's girl, or girls do it, don't do this, she's not being invited into an open and warm community. She's being regulated, not by men, not by laws, but by social approval and the threat of a community. And just so you're aware, this isn't new behavior. It's just new language. Historically, female competition had to evolve to be indirect, because confrontation, well, it was costly. So instead of dominance, you get reputation. Instead of force, you get framing. And instead of aggression, you get morality. The modern twist in all of this is that competition now wears the mask of virtue. And in practice, these labels do three things very effectively. One, it rewards conformity. If you align with the group's behaviors, beliefs, and values, you're safe. Number two, it punishes deviation. If you raise your standards, reject hookup culture, prioritize commitment, or disagree publicly, suddenly your character, not your argument, is questioned. And number three, it allows competition to operate without ever being questioned, because nobody thinks they're competing. They think they're just being good. And this is why female competition today doesn't look like a big rivalry. It looks like values. And that is far more powerful. So when we talk about female intersexual competition, we're not talking about jealousy in the cartoon sense. We're talking about how mate value is regulated socially through appearance comparison, reputation, moral language, and peer pressure. And once you see this stuff, you can't unsee it. So I want to break down
my great-grandmother and how her and her daughter would sit there and do that kind of talking at their family home, where they would sit there and gossip about all the different church women and how they did this and how they did that. And my grandmother was disgusted by this. So, yeah. This is how these things keep on working, keep on operating. So, keep that in mind, that this is how women operate, gentlemen. And, you know, nothing you can do will change that, because this is how women deal with each other. And guess what? No one stops that. Well, let me put it to you this way. Women are not shamed for this. They are not told what they're doing is disgusting. I mean, if women were told what they did were gross or disgusting, or, you know, or they were shamed for that habitual gossip behavior, you know, maybe things could be a little different. But nowadays, no, it ain't gonna happen. Most women love the drama. They love the gossip. You know, they don't want their lives a part of the drama. But, you know, they want to hear the drama. They want to see the drama. And, you know, I mean, there was a meme I saw of a woman, you know, sitting at a book, reading a book, me dealing with my drama, you know, unhappy, she doesn't want to deal with it, she's reading a book. The next panel, hearing about other people's drama, you know, ears are about 3 times the normal size. Where's that knife that's here? There was a quest item here. Where is it? Oh, it's right there. I see it now. And, you know, when it's when I'm hearing, and the caption above it is, I'm hearing others' drama. And, you know, she's pretending to read the book. She's listening to it. And she's got a big smile on her face, like, yes, this is exactly what I wanted to hear. So, yeah. And also, if a man sits there and tells a... Is this a bad joke?
Oi,
seriously.
What? You're a freshie, ain't you? I want to warn you.
They're adaptive.
If you
And
keep
objectively,
going
if
this
you
way,
think
you're
about
gonna
it,
enter
you
a
know this.
hunting
Women
grounds.
carry a higher
You
parental
don't wanna do
investment
that.
than their male counterparts. They have a much
What game do
greater
you hunt?
reproductive risk
Mostly
in general.
scavengers.
There are much higher
Got a lot of
costs
meat
for
on
women
them,
when it
these
comes to
buggers,
physical
and
injuries.
they're
And
easy
there's a
prey,
much greater
if you know
dependence
how.
on social
How's
inclusion.
that?
So because
That's
of
my
this,
mate Drax
direct
here.
aggression
He's
threatens survival strategies. So, female
so
competition
dangerous
had to
about your-
evolve
Green
to
through and
operate
through,
through
eh? Not all the
reputation
regions in the
management,
colony are the
social
same.
exclusion,
You gotta
alliance
watch where you're
formation,
going.
and
The
morals.
main roads between
or at
the
least
camps are
signal.
mostly safe.
And this pattern
But even
isn't
there,
just
you
in the
might
United
run into
States.
wolves,
It is
and a
documented
wet
across
lettuce
cultures,
like you
age
will be
groups,
easy
including
pickings for.
childhood and
And yeah,
adolescence,
that's
and
exactly
long
what you are
before
right now,
modern
at least
ideology
till you
enters the picture. In other words, female
me more about
competition
the reasons.
exists
Look, a
because
guide to you or
cooperation
what?
matters. And
But
when
fine,
exclusion is
first
deadly,
things first.
competition
If you want to travel,
must
get
be
yourself a
invisible.
map.
Now, at this
It'll
point,
help
I'm
you.
sure there's
There's
somebody
plenty
who's
of
going to
those in the
object. You're just
colony,
describing
and they
women as
often
being
lead you into
jealous
places
or
with
catty.
beasts.
No,
But also,
that
do
framing
yourself a
misunderstands
favour and
the claim.
avoid the
Intersexual
old
competition is not a
There's loads of
pathology.
them in this
It
place,
is
and most
strategic
of them,
behaviors
There's orcs in
shaped
here?
by selection
Yeah,
pressure. And in
though they
women,
mostly stick
it
to their
almost
enclave.
always targets
Anyway,
relative mate
like
value,
I was
not
saying,
direct
steer clear of the
domination.
ruins,
And that
especially after
is the
dark.
meat and potatoes of what we're going to
And
get.
last but not
So first, I
least,
want to
stay
define
the
what
hell
we
out of
mean
the
by
forest.
relative mate value. Mate value is not some absolute
Where do I find
score.
better-
It's
Well,
contextual,
the nearest spot,
comparative,
that
and
said,
market-based.
you'll get
Essentially,
much
what
better
this
deals
means
at our
is
camp
how
than
desirable
you.
a woman
If you
is
make it to
compared
the
to other
old
women
camp,
who are available
for
to
more
the exact same pool of men
Where can I
for
find
the
a
same
ma-
Ask around in the old
attention,
camp.
commitment,
I think
and
they got
resources.
paid.
And this
Maybe
is
you can
critical.
even nick one
Women
of his
are not
pieces while you're
competing
at
to
it.
win in
If
a
you do.
vacuum. They are competing positional.
Brings me-
So what that means
You're
in
my
reality
sort of
isn't just
bastard.
am I attractive?
You should
It
think
means
about
am I
joining.
more desirable
Thanks for
than
the
my
advice.
nearest
Sure you do.
alternative to the
There
men
ain't
that
much to
I
loot
would.
from a
And
freshie
this is why
like
female
you, but there's
competition
some folk in
rarely
here
aims
who'd
to
turn you
dominate
into
women
m-
I'll
outright,
keep that in
because
mind.
domination is risky, visible, and socially punishable.
Hey,
So
you. I'll keep my
relative
head down.
devaluation is much safer. It's
You hunt
quieter,
here.
I
and
wonder what gave it
ultimately,
away.
It's more effective.
What
so
do
the
you
goal
want?
is
Do
not
you
to
have some
rise
hunting
absolute
advice?
instance,
Don't let
Botox
him.
filler,
You know what I
cosmetic
mean?
procedures, fake lashes, hyper stylized.
Yeah, this is where
I found your
you
hunting
hear women saying, I dress
Thanks,
for
man.
me when they go out.
I already
And,
thought
you
if
know, you'll
asked
hear
for it,
guys,
you
some
not
guys
think you can learn
say,
from me for free now. But I am not a bastard.
and, you know,
Here,
it is
take this as
true
my
that there
thanks.
are some women who do go dressed out provocatively to attract
What else can you
the
teach?
leer
As
of
it
men.
goes along.
That's true.
But that's gonna cost you. I can show you how to skin at them.
But
make you a good
more often than not, women, when they go out, they're going out to compete with other women. So when you see women with very flashy clothes, very intricate designs, they're dressed a certain way to accentuate their best features. Maybe their breast size isn't that big, but they've got a nice butt and a nice slim waist, and they'll wear clothes that really show that off. And you'll see guys look, but, you know, that's to show other women, look at my features. This is what makes me attractive. What have you got to show for it? Go, if you're a guy and you say I'm full of it, you don't believe me? Go out to any nightclub, dance club, whatever you want to call it here. Go out there and sure, hit the dance floor a little bit so people don't think you're one of those people who's afraid to you know, not strut your stuff, but, you know, to blend in a little bit, and just watch. Look at how some of the women interact with each other. And if you need another point of contention here, think about... Ooh. Good find. A rider bow here? I thought that was actually... I thought there was only supposed to be a short bow here. That's a good find. But, you know, go there and watch how some of the girls look at each other. I mean, I've gone out myself to a couple of the local places where people aren't interested in meeting up with one another. And you'll sit there and watch as the... Wait, what the... Where did I get a short bow? I mean, I'm not complaining that I got a short bow, but where did I get it? But again, you know, just go out, watch, and observe this. I can't tell you how many times I've gone out and I've seen women and, you know, it's just, you know, they're not there trying to attract the male gaze. They're there just being like, hey, girl, look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
What are you doing here?
Well, what's it look like? Regarded without us, all them wild animals.
Do you have any advice?
Advice? Unless, of course. Go on and get your ass into the cat.
Hey, I'm new here.
So, yeah, if you're a dude and you actually have two brain cells fighting for second place, go out and just people watch for a week and observe the social interaction. It's mind-boggling. I mean, if you think about this, I mean, think about if you want a more realistic example of this, folks, think about the women who get those raptor claw nails. Now, I know a lot of guys don't find them appealing, but here's the thing. That's not for us. That's to show other women, look at how long these nails are. Look, I got them paid for. Look at the designs. I ain't no basic B. You know, my man's got money, or I've got money, and look, I don't have to raise my hands, my nails, whatever, to do anything. You know, just sit there and watch this dynamic play out. And if you think I'm making this up, you know, go to history as an example here. Oh, and for anyone wondering, here's an Easter egg for everybody. In the original game, just like that guy up there said, there was a joke that the old camp is under the bridge, and when he went under there and looked, there was nothing there. But in the remake, they made an Easter egg. It's a diagram of the old. It's a small model of the old camp under the bridge. Wonderful little Easter egg and nod back to the OG gamers who played this game back then. It was a joke, and it came back. Not only did it come back, they actually put something there to make everybody chuckle. But for those of you who sit there and say, I'm making this up, you know, let me give you a little insight here. Here's some history behind this. In the dynasties of ancient China, there were people in the court of the emperors who, if they didn't have to do anything, they'd order these special nail attachments where they'd order these special nail attachments that they'd attach to their hands, and they'd be made out of silver, gold, or jade. And it was a joke in the court that, well, it wasn't a joke, it was a way of prestige. It was a way of saying, look, I don't have to do anything. I have so much money, I have so many servants, I have so many eunuchs. I don't have to raise a hand. I don't, you know, it's that little TikTok trend that was going around. I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me tell you how I got this ring. Literally. Well, they attached them to their fingers, but still, they attached them and said, look at me, I don't have to do all this work. Now that I think about it. So, well, it wasn't a joke in the court. But again, the point is that this is how this is playing out in modern times, folks. So, yeah. But let's get this back playing.
Aesthetics. Even though men consistently and across decades of research report consistently preferring a more natural look, especially when evaluating women for long-term commitment. And that contradiction is not accidental. What's interesting is that across cultures and time, male preference data is remarkably stable. Youth cues, health cues, facial symmetry, clear skin, and low visual artificiality.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store, preloaded with 20 hand-picked products that are trending all over the world.
Stupid ad.
Basically
Hold on,
validated by AI.
There we go.
Especially for commitment. And men also tend to penalize signals that suggest high maintenance, inauthenticity, or perceived deception. Chameleon-esque, fake. Now, what that doesn't mean is that men absolutely hate makeup or grooming, but it does mean that men are more sensitive to what artificiality implies, aka stability, loyalty, and authenticity. And this is specific to when they're considering a partner, a long-term commitment, not just attraction. Now, you might be wondering, why is it that every single woman I look at is Botoxed, fillered, plastic surgery to the nines? Well, here's the key to that observation. The strongest pressure towards overfilled lips, exaggerated facial features, Instagram face uniformity, and cosmetic escalation, it does not come from men. It comes from female peer groups. Influencer culture that's overwhelmingly women, female-dominated beauty industries, and female social comparison groups. If the goal were simply just appeal to men, this type of pressure would, you would assume, attract preferences, but it doesn't, which tells us something even more important. This entire thing is not primarily about attracting men. It's about outperforming other women, specifically visually, specifically short-term. And this is very prominent when you look at social media environments, high competition dating markets, and attention-driven ecosystem. Because artificial enhancement excels at very specific things. It captures attention quickly, it photographs extremely well, it creates this high contrast visual impact, and men are much more visual creatures. And it signals access, investment opportunities, and status. And those traits matter enormously in female-to-female comparison. And they matter far less in long-term commitment choices by men. But competition doesn't optimize for long-term outcomes. It optimizes for a positional advantage right now. So, what happened? Women began pressuring other women, often subtly under the guise of support and empowerment, to adopt these arms race aesthetics that raise the baseline of visual competition, increase the cost of participation, punish women who opt out of this, and start to blur the line between natural and artificial beauty. And this is classic positional competition. Because nobody actually needs to win, they all just need to avoid losing ground. Now this part is really important for men to understand. Because men often assume that if men don't like it, women will do it. And that assumption is wrong, as many of you already know. But this is because men are not actually in the comparison set. Other women are. And once enough women adopt artificial
Then I guess I'll go talk to Diego.
Thank you to the Kardashians. Natural beauty becomes visually muted by comparison.
How about you
so restraint looks like neglect.
So before you get to previous, because guess who takes the blame?
And the sinister part of all of this
All
is
right.
that men
So there has to be something I can do for you.
to this distorted baseline without
The things we
consciously
want, I'll say it
endorsing
again.
any of it. And this
Whatever you
is
need.
how
That
aesthetic
desperate to
inflation.
fail, huh?
No single woman creates this,
But I'm
but
warning
every
you.
single woman feels pressure inside of this.
I'm ready.
I've told you guys about my story around
Clear.
feeling like I need
Now,
lip filler and stuff.
You ain't
Like,
the first Ricey
I
yet
am
to
not
do that.
the exception.
But that bastard,
okay?
we can't
I
let
felt
that stand.
pressure. And what
But more
happens
drag
the
no.
moment
Why?
that a woman
Because
starts
the
to
fire
resist that type of pressure, she's not just choosing differently for herself, right?
You want me to-
Empowered
I
to
want
make her
you
own
to make
choice.
sure I
No,
don't
she's
ever have to
deviating.
see his mugging.
And that threatens the group. So again, if you're wondering why women are engaging this type of behavior of just
Why do the fire
changing
mages-
their
'Cause he
faces
works
and
as
their
their
bodies,
courier.
well, there's a reason, and I'm gonna
Our
walk you through
mages
the
are in
outcomes
touch with the
step by
water
step.
mages from
One,
the new camp.
it increases visibility.
They send each other
so that
letters.
it optimizes
If I kick out or
opportunities for
kill one
short-term
of their
dating
couriers,
or perceived
What
sexual
about me?
availability.
If I-
And this,
You're
as
a
a
freshie,
consequence, raises
so they ain't
attention
gonna do
metrics,
shit.
which we know, likes,
I, on the
DMs,
other
and
hand-
social validation. This, for other women, makes them feel
Okay.
comparatively
South Gate,
diminished. And this
other side of the
creates a
castle.
pressure, whether it's explicit or implicit, to keep
I'll
up.
take care of it.
And this ultimately shifts the overall aesthetic away from what men actually care about when it comes to long-term commitment. And women who resist this, well, they're attacked as insecure, lazy, judgmental, or heaven forbid,
I spoke
the
to
pick
Thor.
me. And the competition part of
that
this
he'll let me
succeeds
see
because it
Gomez
doesn't
as soon
elevate
as-
one
Looks
woman
like I got a new job
specifically,
then.
but it changes
You
the
knew this,
frame
didn't you?
so that every other woman
Why didn't you
looks
say?
somewhat
Because I want you to
worse in
figure out
comparison.
things for
And
yourself.
that is what we mean.
Let me know
by
when you want the
targeting
rundown.
relative mate value. Now, when I call out this behavior, a lot of women get defensive because they don't believe they're being malicious. Well, the majority of us are self-deceptive. It's almost
Yeah.
Give me the rundown.
Women
convince
who
Easy.
women will do
You have
this
prove that you're worth
to
your salt.
almost
There's some key
every woman
figures
out
here in
there.
Outer Ring.
Guys they're
Most of
interested
them are
in,
shadows.
they'll say, yeah,
Press
nope,
them.
he's
You'll
ugly.
earn your
Don't like him.
reputation.
And then they'll
Once
go
you've done
date
that,
him.
I have my own test
Heard
for
that
you.
story
Oh,
plenty of
and
times.
lastly, learn
Or
some
when the
skills.
guy likes,
The more you
wants
know,
her to be
more of an
interested
asset
in
you are.
him and he likes somebody else, she'll go through her way to dig up dirt on the dude and do that stuff too.
Who could teach me some?
For starters,
So yeah,
stick to
this
fingers.
is not new
He's got the
behavior.
swiftest hands of all of us.
All this
Besides,
is
just ask around.
is behavior
You'll find people
that
willing to teach
is
you some tricks and you
what
can persuade them.
I guess what's
Where
the
do I
best
find
way to
these
say
figures?
this?
He
On
lives
constant
just a
repeat,
few shacks
and all
over,
you really
down
have
by
to
the castle
do
wall.
is
When you're
put
in front
down
of
the
castle
phone
gate,
long
just
enough
head
to
left
watch it
towards the
happen.
arena.
It's
Can't
almost
miss it.
ironic how often it happens.
almost just a part of the
Can you
human
teach me
psyche. But nevertheless, it's important for me to note that not
I
every
don't
single
have
woman
any
does this with the intention to tear
points.
down her female counterparts. But nevertheless,
Okay.
that
Well,
is the
as far as
target
the
aim
just take a
of the
stroll.
game. So most women who do this believe they're being genuinely supportive, offering some helpful advice to build your confidence, and just promoting this self-expression. But again, evolutionarily driven behavior doesn't require awareness, intent, or malice, but it does require repeatable outcomes. And the outcomes under this process are consistent. Higher maintenance, higher cost, lower authenticity signaling, and lower
Piss off.
alignment
Bad day, eh?
with long-term male commitment strategies. Yeah, short-term, long-term. Men are different. Now let me tie this section together concisely. Women are not pressured into artificial beauty because men demand it, despite what other women might say. They're pressured into it because other women benefit when the baseline
How's it going?
starts to
Not
shift.
bad.
And once you understand
Just got
that,
in.
Yeah.
the confusion around
Good.
female
Also,
behavior
I've got
might
something
start to change. Now, once you understand that female competition targets
What can I do
relative
for you?
value,
I've got a new
the next
recipe.
domain of our conversation
Meat bug
is
ragu
somewhat
a la
unavoidable.
snaff.
We're going to talk
With
about
rice and
sexual
mushrooms.
selectivity.
Thing
Not
is,
sexuality,
I'm
not
lacking the
desire,
ingredients.
selectivity.
3 more
Because in
meat.
mating markets and dating
That
markets,
sounds
right,
like it
selectivity
does.
is
But this is the
and
colony.
leverage,
So I
specifically
sent
female
someone else to get
leverage,
the ingredients a week
doesn't
ago.
disappear quietly. It gets contested.
Where
now,
can I-
from a
Wherever
behavioral
there's
standpoint,
rubbish.
sexual selectivity
There's some
signals
empty
multiple
huts,
things
but and don't
simultaneously.
judge them by
It
their
signals
looks.
self-control,
They taste-
standards, long-term orientation, perceived
can I find-
scarcity,
You could
and
try-
commitment value. Again, this is not
that other guy?
controversial in
That
research.
was- as I said,
Across cultures,
think he turned coat,
generations,
but I'm just
time,
guessing.
men differentiate between women they desire sexually and women they consider for long-term partnership.
You
And
planning
the
on signing
sexual
off anytime soon?
availability of a woman, well, that dictates her categorization. This is why body count is such an uncomfortable conversation for us to have, but nevertheless holds plenty of merit. Now, an important note is this does not mean that men don't like sexuality. They just like restraint with sexuality. There is a difference between sexual restraint and sexual access, especially
Hey, wait.
when
I
commitment
ain't seen
is
your
there.
mug, but you're
And
here to
this
pay your protection, mate.
creates a
Why?
problem
'Cause
because
I'm
if
not
one
ready.
woman maintains high selectivity,
who
her
am I talking-
relative
The poor
leverage
Walder who had to step in for his mate,
and
Nick.
relative
Where is Nick?
leverage is
Missing.
exactly
Boris has me
what
covering
Who's
competition
keeping you from collecting
so,
his levy?
what
'Cause he
happens
did a big
socially?
round
Rather
just
than
before he
confronting
disappeared.
selectivity directly, the
Ain't much
pressure
left.
always comes sideways.
Now.
It sounds like you're too uptight, you're a prude, you're too judgmental. It's not that deep. You're repressing yourself. You've got internalized misogyny. Or this is a product of the patriarchy. Now I want you to notice what's happening here. The
Hey,
behavior
you just
isn't
do your thing.
debated based on data or outcomes. It's moralized. And if you try to contrast that or disagree, remember the opposite of moral would be immoral. Because the moment that selectivity is reframed as insecurity or repression, its leverage evaporates. This is not accidental. Encouraging widespread sexual availability lowers the bargaining power of any one woman, which flattens the mating hierarchy, and it benefits those who already have attention or access. Again, no conspiracy required, just incentives. Now, for me to be precise, I'm not defending very rigid purity culture, nor is this some type of argument for shame-based morality, but it is an observation about what
Well, here's the fundamental flaw with your argument. You know, I get it. Neither of these systems are perfect, because that's the truth. Neither of them are perfect, but it's interesting. When we had shame, and you could actually shame people more, and people were actually afraid of being shamed.
No one's complained yet, and they best not.
When people were actually shamed in the past, you know, all of a sudden, morality seemed to mean more. So, So, we have two different situations here. We have out of control sexuality, and then we have control through shame and morality.
want to be in his shoes.
Hey.
Was rather inevitable, wasn't it?
So the question then becomes here, is it worth, you know, the question then becomes, you know, where is the happy medium? Because if we can't shame people for bad behavior, and according to behaviorism, if we want good behaviors, if we want a specific behavior kept, or a specific action, people to do specific actions, we have to reinforce that with a positive reinforcer. And if we want a bad behavior to stop, we have to enforce it with a negative reaction, with a negative enforcement. So this begs the question: if shame-based morality is both our negative and positive reinforcement,
Right? Say.
so we have to ask, so, you know, the question here is fingers.
I want to be. Then you should find yours. You know what I mean. I'm looking for now because Diego's is.
Why didn't... Thing is, I have to be...
No.
Pity. You know Scatty? The guy with... He has a big chest in his hut, and in that chest is a ring.
Can you teach me?
Why not? I'll be waiting.
Did I ever ask one?
Stupid mud getting in my way. So the question, so, you know, then the question becomes, you know, what do we do? You know, the question we have to ask here is, what do we do? If shame-based morality, it works, but only works up to a point, what do we do? Do we use law and order to punish these people? You know, I don't like the idea of using that because it sets a very bad precedent that we're gonna put the heel of the boot and heel of the state, the crown, whatever you want to call government, on somebody's neck as a form of enforcement. And I don't really like that, to be perfectly honest with everybody here. Or do we have what we have nowadays? Uncontrolled, out of control sexuality, where everything's out of control, there's no control, there's no anchor.
Let me have some too. You know, this...
And, you know, she's not really giving us a good middle path here.
Hey, you're new here, ain't you?
That's better. Show me your goods.
Fills the belly, at least.
So, you know, we have to sit here and ask, do either of these systems work? Well, I mean, when you think about it, when shame-based morality was here, you know, it wasn't perfect, but, you know, at least we could trust that there was some form of consequences for bad behavior. And now that there's no consequences for bad behavior, what do? I mean, think about it for a minute. I mean, think about that for a minute. What do you do? Seriously, what do you do? I mean, what happens when you start causing a public disturbance? What happens? Somebody will eventually call the police, and cops, if they're feeling generous enough, you know, they'll just send you on your way, and it's like, yeah, go away, don't do this again. If they're feeling generous. First level up, heck yeah. So, you know, what do?
Some folks reckon I'm a bit whack.
And, you know, I'm not saying this stuff to undermine or anything. I'm sitting here asking, you know, the most basic of questions. What do you, if shame-based morality doesn't hold up for long, so, you know, my thing here is what do you do? Because from my standpoint, you know, there's not really an acceptable solution. Now, I could hear a couple of people saying, Ghost, what do you mean there is no, you know, she's not really giving us an acceptable solution? You know, you pause the video. I get that, but I'm saying, you know, we have the two possible solutions, and neither really seem to work out. Because shame-based morality has its own consequences here. So what do? But, you know, let's let the video keep going here.
What happens when all restraint is framed as some type of pathology? Because in modern discourse, modesty is mocked as weakness or insecurity. Restraint is always equated with some type of fear. Virginity is framed and mocked as a social failure. And marriage-oriented women are always labeled as naive. I can't say how many times I've been attacked for being naive. Just you wait. And this message is subtle, but it's consistent. If you're selective, you're broken, damaged. And that message doesn't liberate women, it disciplines them. Because once selectivity is socially punished, women will self-regulate downward to avoid any ounce of exclusion. And downward regulation of selectivity, it reduces relative mate value for commitment, which is their point, and what many men are experiencing. And again, this is really important for men to understand. Men, generally, do not police women's behavior sexually. Women do. Through friend groups, social media commentary, viral discourse, this girl framing, or female empowerment. And if you don't, well then there's reputational labeling that's coming your way, I can assure. And heaven forbid a man says, I prefer women who have some boundaries around their body and sexual access. Because that's going to be called out as controlling, or the man is insecure in some way. Whereas a woman saying, don't be such a prude, that's somehow supportive. And both of these things shape outcomes. And one of them,
show me the goods.
in one particular group, is always socially protected. This is not predatory at all, just supportive. Now here's an even more uncomfortable truth. Modesty is not threatening because it's moral. It's threatening because it creates contrast. A A modest woman raises her expectations, she highlights the alternatives, she forces comparison, and comparison destabilizes the equilibrium. So, modesty gets reframed as judgment, insecurity, lack of confidence, attention-seeking, internalized shame, or, my favorite, a pygmy. And this reframing doesn't require, again, any level of malice. It only requires that the contrast you're creating is eliminated. And the more sinister part of this is that women have been conditioned to believe that this is supportive and compassionate in a way. Because from inside this system, validation feels kind, normalization feels inclusive, and discouraging somebody else's restraint feels liberating. But again, systems are not judged by intent, they are judged by outcomes. And what we find, and many men are experiencing, is that there's lower selectivity in women, aka women are much more promiscuous. They have reduced leverage, so men are like, they're all the same, literally, physically, mentally, emotionally. Just carbon copies of plastic surgery. There's much more confusion around commitment. What do women expect from men? Laundry list of things. What can men expect from women? Pretty much nothing. And this widens the gap between what women say they want, what men say they want, and what we're actually getting from one another. So sexual liberation didn't just eliminate competition, it just moved it upstream. Instead of competing over men, women are competing around which standards are allowed. And this is why many men experience modern dating as completely incoherent. Women want commitment, they want respect, they want stability, but the social environment in which women are behaving punishes the behaviors that would produce those outcomes. And this is not just because women are somewhat irrational, seriously it's not, but because competition doesn't stop. It just evolves, and the language just changes. So again, when we're talking about female competition, we're not just talking about catty jealousy.
Let me see.
We are talking about
Well,
who
put a spear up
sets
my
the
arse
norms,
and call me a
the
blood
standards
fly.
for
That's old
appearance,
Brock's
for
water stew.
sexuality, for
Who's old
leverage,
Brock?
for commitment,
He used to
for
cook for the
ambitions,
warders.
for goals, for
I
identity.
didn't have to pay
And
protection
next,
money in
we need to
return.
talk about the most powerful weapon in that system, reputation. Because once you can control
Where
how
did Brock
somebody is
try to get
perceived,
out?
well, you
He
don't
said
have
he'd
to
found a
control
way
their
to get
behavior
through
at
the
all.
barrier.
You. Just you. Building your
Did
app
you know him well?
on base 44.
As well as any of the poor sods
Describe
in
it.
here.
And it's real.
Some of the ingredients on
Not really.
Oh, there's an
But this should
ad.
be enough for me to guess the rest. I had
Layer
no
by
idea
layer.
how bastard
The
you saw
physical
an
appearance
assay
is the most
for
visible
seasoning.
lever of relative
That
mate value.
explains the taste.
Reputation and character
How's
framing
this?
are the most
You
powerful.
get me the stuff
and
for the
also
stew,
the
but
least
I want a ladle
acknowledged.
myself.
But you see this
Be dying.
everywhere because your reputation
Sounds
doesn't
good.
just impact
That's what I
your
wanted to
attraction.
hear.
It affects
So,
trust,
You'll need
commitment,
scavenger
and
meat,
long-term
fill it
investment.
if you can
And
manage.
those are the
obviously,
domains where
sole
competition
and assay.
becomes the most
It's a rare,
meat,
consequential.
onions,
So for
carrot,
clarity's
potato.
sake, I want to talk
reckon
about what
Brock
men
used
are actually
wine,
evaluating
but I
briefly
forget
when
double
it
of
comes to
everything.
long-term commitment. They're assessing overall emotional stability, trustworthiness,
Real
loyalty,
daft of him, mate.
cooperativeness,
you're like a big
peacefulness,
I'm
and
sure.
moral consistency. And ultimately, these traits are very difficult to measure directly. So men rely, often unconsciously, on social information. How a woman is talked about, how others are responding to her and interacting with her, and whether her character is endorsed, questioned, or quietly undermined. And this makes reputation a high leverage
That's
variable.
gonna be a
And
treat.
high leverage variables, this is where competition concentrates. Now you might be wondering why character framing is more effective than a direct attack on somebody. Well, ultimately, direct attacks are really risky. If you were to call a woman a bad person outright publicly, it 1, invites backlash, 2,
So I'm just
exposes
missing the
vulnerability,
onions in the
and
water.
3, it damages the attacker's own reputation, which they're
Does this look familiar to any guy here by chance?
Hey, I just realised I don't even know where you're from. I'm from Corinnis.
I mean, look at that for a minute. What does this look like? Think about that for a minute. This comes out of the woman's playbook when she gets caught doing things she's not supposed to. It's literally the playbook in front of your eyes, folks.
I think I'm hungry. Jeff, some...
But, you know, this is a woman's attack playbook. And they used it against other women, and they use it against men.
All good? Hey.
As long as there's still something to drink.
So, yeah. You wonder where some of these women's tactics come from? It's the tactics they use against other women. I mean, if you want an example of this, look how... which movie was it? Ah, yes. Mean Girls. The movie with Lindsay Lohan in it.
Why are you still listening to all that?
Think about how at the, you know, the most drama part of the movie...
You look tense. I'm looking to join the old
You know,
camp
this is
to
kind of
finish
how
out.
that playbook
In other
plays out.
words, you're trying
Just
to
think about
prove
that one for a
yourself.
minute.
Aiming to protect, or at least
Yeah, that's something
position
I could use a
upward.
hand with.
So
What
this
do you
type
need?
of competition
There's a guy
rarely
in the
looks
swamp
overtly
camp
hostile.
who goes by the name
Instead,
Kalam.
we're just quietly
He's
framing the
also
image
an
of
alchemist.
another woman.
And he's got a recipe.
And
They
this
call it
works
dream
ultimately
juice.
because it introduces
They
doubt
brew it
without
with
evidence,
Mindcrawler
and it
eye
shifts
core.
somebody's
Diego
perception
wants me to get
without
that.
What's stopping you?
And lastly,
Kalam.
it allows the speaker
That
to
old
maintain
bastard won't talk
their
to anyone who
perceived
is an occultist.
and projected
Kalam
moral
checks
innocence.
all
Again,
the
ultimately,
novices
the
sooner
goal
or
of this is
later.
not to actually have to prove anything. The goal is to make others, specifically men, hesitate.
What do the mages-
Because
Damned
the
if I know.
hesitation will directly lower their May value.
Sounds-
Now,
Some
how is this
point.
being applied today? Well, social media is everywhere, and if you pay attention to what you need to pay attention to,
You
you will
might
see
have-
it. You can't
Forget it.
unsee it. It often sounds like comments such as,
All right.
I don't know, but something feels off about her. She just seems kind of insecure. I'm not saying she's a bad person, but
You know,
she's so
now that you're
calculated. She's one of those women. She's just so calculated. Or
May the
ultimately,
sleeper be
she's
with
a
you.
mean
I'm
girl,
here to guide
a
you to the
pick me, or she's not a girl
The
scout.
path of
Yes.
She's not in the club. She's not in the in group. You know.
I'm part
Now
of the-
again, notice
Sounds
what's
interesting.
happening. There's not a
You
direct
have no
accusation
idea.
that's being
However,
made at all. So no
stranger,
evidence is actually
what do you
required
say?
to substantiate these claims. But nevertheless, a cloud is being
Who
formed.
is this?
And
He,
once
my
that
friend,
cloud
is our
exists,
salvation.
that person's
He's
mate
5 years
value,
ago. He
perceived
visited
mate
us,
value,
and yes,
shifts.
that means
And
what
all
you
they
think it
want
does.
is for the
We have
person they're
renounced
communicating
the
with
three gods.
to
And how
wonder
exactly is that going to
just a
help
little
you
bit
in here?
that maybe
What do
they're
you
wrong.
think?
Now you've heard me
Will
say
you
moral
liberate
language
us from this
multiple times in this
godforsaken
video.
place?
I'm doing that because I
He-
want you to remember it when you see it and you hear it.
What
This is a
He told
form
Barbarian to travel
of
to the old
manipulation.
ruins in the
A
swamps
psyop,
and make.
if you
He
will, under the
liberated
guise of
many of us
feminism,
from the all
all
barons.
that stuff.
And
And
how does your
also,
camp sustain
because it's one of the
Ah,
most
there's plenty of
important
food in
and
the swamp if you know where to
impactful
look.
evolutionary female
He
strategies
also
for
showed us the
competition.
power of the
It
swamp
is
weed.
not just moral
It's a herb.
language,
Lastly,
but
the
psychological
sleeper has
language,
also
where it's like
blessed some of
toxic,
us with the gift of his
narcissistic, manipulative, unsafe, insecure,
Tell me more about-
emotionally
It allows its
immature.
wielder
They're
to
used
control,
all the
but
time, and they
only our
carry an
guru.
enormous weight. And unlike traditional insults, they sound clinical, they imply authority, and they are extremely difficult to disprove. So once a woman or a man, I'm sure many of you have been claimed to be some of these things. Once
Thanks.
you are framed in this way,
inquisitive
trying to
soul.
defend
If you'd like
yourself
to trade,
only makes things
you're welcome
way
to-
worse. Because to them, defending yourself or denying
have a letter.
claims
Caristo
is used
takes
as
care of
further
that.
evidence
He'll
to
be in
their
the
claims.
mages.
Will they let
So
me
you
in?
can't win.
Well,
And this
usually not.
ultimately is sick,
The
but it's
castle
not
grounds
random.
are
It is
accessible.
a
You could tell them to let me
perfect
through.
reputational
we're
weapon.
that
It's
simple.
socially sanctioned,
I'm but a
morally
humble
protected,
servant,
and
Venus.
devastating to long-term desirability. This is, as a side note, why false
self-aware.
accusations, even if they are false and proven
First
false,
step that
What are you trying to
ruin
say?
lives
I'm seeking
forever.
someone.
But I digress. Now, here's
deserves a
something that's
chance.
important to note
You
about this entire concept.
are
Men
sincere.
may still feel
You
that
wanna make me a
attraction towards
mage?
that woman
There's no
who
need for
now
haste.
has a perceived
And it
damaged
isn't quite that
reputation,
easy.
thanks to her female counterparts.
And what's the
they're just
catch?
girls out
Which is
here.
why
But
I'm talking to
ultimately,
the
that
convicts in the
attraction
first
is
place.
not their commitment.
Even
Because
though
they're
it might have been.
competing
But this
against
is
other
about
women
you.
for that man's attention.
You,
So that character
and I'm
framing
offering you a
doesn't
chance to
aim to
prove it.
completely eliminate desire. It aims to reduce trust, investment,
Offer me the.
and
Please,
long-term
Enos, don't let-
consideration. And you guys probably know this. A
do
woman
you
who
need?
is framed
It's
as
quite simple.
unstable,
Find a blank
manipulative,
piece
or
of scroll
morally
paper.
inconsistent, she
combination.
will likely
Bring
still
them to
receive
me and I
attention,
will craft them
especially if
into a
she's
scroll.
signaling availability and sexuality and empowerment.
I'll take care of it.
But
Good.
she is
That
removed
will show you
from that
how.
serious option category. And that is relative May value competition. Now, this framing often intensifies in very specific periods of a woman's life, and I want to lay those things out. Number one, when she starts receiving high quality male attention for long-term commitment.
Well,
You change. You're not spending
offer
time
you
with
my
us
help.
anymore. Why don't you go
And
out
for
with us? Why are you
just
spending
10
so much
notes.
time with him? You're needy. Don't need a man.
I'll see
Right?
you.
Set some boundaries.
careful.
Don't lose yourself in the relationship. All of these things start to come in louder and louder by the woman's female counterparts. Or if she exits the dating pool and
I'd
gets into a
rather
stable
stay out.
relationship, it's criticized. She's buying into the patriarchy. She's becoming dependent when she's losing her independence. All those things. Eventually, right, there will be a standard differential. She has higher standards than her female counterparts, which is why she got into a long-term commitment and they did not. And ultimately, this will end in her outgrowing that friend group. And to them, it's exile. And instead of a direct confrontation between these groups of women, her success in finding a mate, a stable, long-term committed man, is reframed as desperation. She's validation seeking. She needs him. She's lucky. She just got lucky. She's a lucky one, right? Or this is somehow a moral compromise. It's damaging to her in some moral way. And again, this doesn't require any level of malice, though we can see it's somewhat malicious. It just requires that status threat. She's not all that she could have been. She lost her potential. All the women that fought before her, that came to fight for our freedoms and female empowerment and feminism, she's disappointed. These are all things I've heard, by the way. And ultimately, this always comes under the guise of concern. And it's competition. But again, these selection criteria don't require fairness.
That's exactly what I said. Competition. Competition for for whom or whatever. Guys.
What now?
I decided to give just 10 nuggets.
I can take care of
And, you know,
See you
it's
around.
like I said,
Your back.
it's bitterness. Bitterness for being chosen. That a man would rather pick her than the other woman. And I'm not saying this to be mean here, ladies. I'm saying this because it's the truth. Not every guy is going to pick a woman, and it's not because some women aren't attractive. It's not because there aren't some women who don't look great. It's simply because either he's just not interested in you,
Hey, you just do your...
or you know, either A, he's not interested in you, B, he's not interested in settling down right now, which is always a possibility. Not every guy is always looking to settle down right now. And there are some guys who never want to settle down.
So who say?
So, yeah, what do you do? And there's a multitude of reasons as to why guys aren't trying, aren't interested, aren't looking. There's so many different things. So, you know, it's... So, you know, you have this situation, and what do? For a lot of women, it's you blame the other women or you blame the guy. When the guy is just like, not interested right now, I don't care. Or who knows, maybe he's just focusing on getting his life together. Because especially in households where a father is there, So, you know, you gotta, so for the women here, you know, if you're pursuing a guy, you know, first things first, you've got to get, wait, is that still in German? No. But when you're involved in a house, especially in a household where a father is involved, you know, if the father actually cares to learn from his mistakes, you know, the first thing he's gonna tell his kid is, you know, is A, don't bother chasing women. It's a way, you know, it's not that it's a waste of time. It's just, you know, it's not that it's a waste of time. It's just when you actually are doing the right things, women will naturally want to be around you. And that's something a lot of guys say. That's not just me saying it. I'm not... Uh-oh. Okay, let's... Don't you dare talk to me right now, you idiot. Mud is so useless and annoying. You know, a dad's advice is, go make something of yourself and women will come. And why is that? It's because of how men attract women. Cavalorn. Oh, goblins. Darn it. Thanks a lot, Mud. So, you know, most men will sit there and tell you, you know, work hard, and eventually a woman will take interest in you. And if a woman never does, you know, don't worry about it. If women never see value in you, then, you know, maybe the problem isn't you. Maybe it's the women. Now, I can already hear the voices screaming, Ghost, that's ridiculous. But, you know, think about it for a minute. If you're an average Joe, you're maybe making $50,000 to $60,000 a year. Oh, I forgot that's an adult scavenger. This is not going to end well. Yeah, I don't have the strength or the weapons to put this thing on. But I will put in a valiant effort. Can't believe I forgot about that adult scavenger. But anyway, as I was saying, you know, don't worry about it. If you're successful enough in everything, a woman will eventually come to you. And if she never does, well, aren't I failing? You know, I'd love to sit there and say, bro, you're not failing, but the question is not that are you failing, it's what's going on around you. If you have in modern times where it's being sold that you have to be, you know, this incredibly magnanimous, attractive person to get anything, you know, it's not really gonna matter what you do. You know, you're just never going to compare. And to take a rib at Fresh and Fit and the Tate brothers here for a minute, you know, they sit there and say, you know, you have to become attractive enough to women, you have to do this, you have to do that.
Always
Alright, let's talk to Cal. Let's talk to Cavalor now.
What are you doing out here?
Hunt.
But,
Scavengers mostly.
you know, the point is that if you listen to these guys, you know,
Can
it's...
you teach me something?
Depends. What do you want?
Okay, he can teach me to do better with a bow right now.
Any idea?
From me, actually.
Show me those bows you're selling.
Yeah, we still got a rider's bow. Ooh, he's actually got mild healing herbs. This early in the game, that's interesting. He's got water too. And healing potions. But
I've really gotten used to you.
But, you know, it's just, if the women aren't biting, you know, maybe you're better off looking elsewhere, bro. And I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm saying this literally that the women in your area, if they think that their value is so overinflated, you know, maybe you're better off looking elsewhere. And if it's your whole country, you know, I don't advocate for going abroad looking for a spouse, because I've heard way too many horror stories. But, you know, that is an alternative if you really need it. So, it's, you know, for everything you do, there's a drawback. You want to stay where you are? That's fine. Really, it's fine if you want to stay where you are. But you've got to be locked in for what you're trying to do. So, the question here is not, is it your fault?
All mouth and no trousers, that one.
The question that is best to ask here is, it's not even am I priced out of the market, it's how overinflated is the market around me? Because if the market around me is overinflated, you might as well not waste your time. Because you've got so many men chasing the women they find attractive, it's kind of not worth it, But, that's my 2 cents there, and you guys don't have to take this advice. But again, it's what's reasonable, what's not reasonable. Think about it.
At all. It only requires its own effectiveness, and this type of framing works. Now, why this section matters for men, and this is important for you to know, understand, and pay attention to. Men often feel blindsided when they meet a woman who feels warm and compassionate and feminine. She's stable, she's grounded, she's got values, maybe some virtue. But then they meet her friends, and not in her presence, but her absence most of the time, there's some hesitation about her. There's these ominous warnings, these vague concerns about her. And different than women, men don't see this as competition. They see it as information. And that information starts to quietly shape the outcome of that relationship. So when you understand reputation and character framing, you see why moral language is such a powerful tool.
You got it?
You also see why
What do you
competition
think?
is largely denied rather than acknowledged.
Let's go to the new
and you
king.
see how women harm other women without, to their awareness or their own denial, meaning to. And another note, which is why it's so important to talk about this type of social power operates invisibly, at least to those who don't know how to spot it under the guise of all these narratives and beliefs and these moral language tactics. It's competition, and it's hurting women, and not just women, but men. So we have to be able to talk about this, as uncomfortable as it might be, because until these things are named, they will continue to do damage if left unchecked. So far we've covered physical appearance, sexual selectivity, and reputation. And there's two more very important ones we've got to talk about. If reputation and character framing shape how a woman is evaluated, social proof and group alignment determine whether she is socially sanctioned or quietly sidelined. Because fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, men do not assess women in isolation. They assess women inside of context, specifically social context. And social context is a very big story, long before a personal one-on-one interaction. So to be clear, social proof is not popularity. I think most men who've got their wits about them understand that social media standing, followers, likes, visibility is not a great gauge of the quality of the woman that you're engaging with. So if it's not popularity, it has to be endorsement. Do other people trust her? Do other people respect her? And do other people want her around? For men, specifically men who are looking for long-term commitment, this social proof reduces the level of uncertainty when it comes to making the decision. It answers the question that most men are biologically wired to answer. Is she stable? Is she respectable? Is she likely to integrate into my life without chaos? And this is why group reactions really matter. A woman doesn't need universal approval of her, but she does need the absence of this quiet resistance. Because here's the truth. A woman can be attractive, intelligent, and emotionally stable. But if her peer group subtly distances themselves from her, her relative mate value drops. And not because she's changed or done anything wrong, but because the signal changed. And men, they interpret group distancing as a signal. Something must be wrong. Maybe she's unstable. Something's gotta be hidden about this girl. And because the distancing is subtle, it feels credible. No one's accusing, no one's attacking. They're just not enthusiastic. And that is enough. So you might be wondering, how does this actually work? Well, group alignment is rarely enforced through confrontation. Again, we've acknowledged that women are not the most confrontational beings, and rightfully so. But it is enforced through group gatherings where the invitation just doesn't come, delayed responses, reduced enthusiasm, a lack of public support, and a strategic silence. And this is why it's so difficult to name what is going on here. Nothing bad has happened, yet everything has changed. And this ultimately happens when the woman is perceived to be deviating from the standards they're trying to set. When she raises her own standards, starts to prioritize commitments in her life, relationships, men. She rejects hookups or other norms. She starts to outgrow this group. And to them, they will gossip about her, leverage her reputation, and ultimately decenter her as if she's the problem. And this decentering, well, it lowers the perceived mate value. Because ultimately, social proof doesn't eliminate your value. And it doesn't eliminate attraction. But it does filter seriousness. Again, men have buckets of women. Short term.
Yeah. This is why to a guy, what's her reputation? Is she the local bicycle? Well, great. She's good for a fun time. That doesn't mean he's gonna date her. And if he does, he's gonna get made fun of. A lot. And there are plenty of guys out there who will make fun of you for dating women who you really shouldn't. I mean, what is it? I think it was a Man Guide video where he showed where how men would treat men differently, where where one is, hey bros, I just laid a P-star. What happens? Whole audience stands up, applauding. Good job, bro. You nailed that girl. Oh, you're the man. You're a king. You know, you're this, you're that. You know, you're this great thing. But, you know, then it goes to, bro, I just married a P-star. All of a sudden, there's no cheering. It's like, bro, what the heck is wrong with you? Like, why? And, you know, this video is very accurate. You know, you're fooling around with the local bicycle. No guy's gonna be like, bro, I'm disappointed in you.
Blood fly down. Moving on. Blood fly down. Moving on.
So, yeah. It's the same thing. Oh, you've had a ride on the village bicycle? Great, bro. Did you put a rubber on that? Because last time we heard, she had this. Did you wear something to protect yourself? Well, guess what? Get your ass to the dock. Because guess what? You're about to get your bore punched. It's not going to be a fun experience. Novel notion, folks.
And long-term. And men might still desire a woman who lacks group alignment. But when it comes to long-term commitment, most men will hesitate. Because a long-term commitment isn't just about the woman in front of you, it's about the life that you will have with the woman in front of you. That's social integration. That's family perception. That's your friend group and the compatibility. And ultimately, long-term peace. So when this alignment weakens, leverage weakens. And that's how relative mate value operates on a group level. Now, in the modern world, this becomes even more problematic. And this is associated, I would assume, with a lot of the mental health issues that young women are experiencing. Because now, alignment isn't just in your community or your school groups. It's public. It shows up in who gets tagged, who's visible in the group photos, who's celebrated, whose milestones are amplified, and whose success is quietly ignored. Social media, in its nature, makes this alignment complex legible. And when alignment disappears, that silence speaks much louder than criticism. And this is why a lot of women feel an immense amount of pressure to maintain ideological conformity, mirror their group's beliefs, publicly affirm these shared narratives that they may morally or personally disagree with, and ultimately avoid deviation, even private. It changes who they are. Because this deviation, it threatens their social proof, and social proof affects outcomes. Now, unfortunately, most of these women don't understand that this group alignment is some form of coercion. So, in their, maybe naivety is the wrong word, but in their mind, they just want to belong. They want to stay connected. They want to avoid conflict. And ultimately, they want to be seen as good. And that's what makes it so effective. No one needs to go out here and issue threats because the system regulates itself. And ultimately, if and when the system fails, exclusion, rejection, elimination completes the job. So, concisely, social proof doesn't tell men who to desire, it tells them who is safe for you to choose. And once you understand that, group alignment stops looking so trivial. Now, men tend to underestimate social alignment, ultimately because men operate differently. Male status hierarchies are way more explicit.
Yeah, that's actually something a lot of men actually need to take time to study. Legitimately. We need to take our time to learn how women's social group works. Because if we can actually learn how to function with that, it'd actually do wonders for your chances at getting, not just getting laid, but also keeping a relationship. Because when you're in a relationship or you're trying to date, who does she go to when she has a problem? She doesn't go to you. Oh, sickle. That's a sickle. She doesn't go to you. She goes to her girlfriends. I mean, if she feels comfortable enough, she'll go to you for emotional comfort. And if you don't provide that, guess what she's gonna do? She's gonna be like, oh, he's such a jerk. He's never understood me. He's this, he's that. And if her girlfriends don't like you, or her family doesn't like you, they're gonna use that to capitalize on getting rid of you. And this is the reason why whenever I'm on Camp Hustle 1's podcast, shout out to Camp Hustle 1 here, folks. This is the reason why I sit here and I will agree with him very strongly that communication is a very strong thing that you have to have. And you have to understand it very well. And I will infringe upon this till the day that I die. You have to be able to effectively communicate, and you also have to be able to listen and get a good idea of how people view you. Because if you don't do that, you are going to fail. And not only are you going to fail, not only are you going to fail hard here, they will use every single one of your faults against you, and it's going to be used against you so frequently, so hard, that it's, can you not let something go? Like, are you that petty? Are you that small? I mean, that was my thought with my ex's sister, because every time I came up in their conversation, it wasn't, oh, he wakes up, before most normal people are awake and he's out working, and, he's also picking up the slack while you're out doing stuff. It's, oh, he did this thing. He did that thing. It was so weird. And just hammered it home. And then my ex left me, cheated on me, and then all of a sudden, I wasn't so bad. And why was I not so bad? Because when it came down to it, not only was I the wronged party, and the guy,
Trouble from the just because I work the field, if you want a beating.
Sorry for...
Too late for that.
Alright. If that's the guy who I think it is, I can't make him mad. Darn it. And I wasn't so bad because... Oh. But, I was the wronged party there, but, I also didn't go out of my way to cause trouble that the new guy did. And I also did many other things that weren't, I wasn't trying to be manipulated. I just moved on with my life. tried to have peace instead of problems. I put the kids first. Can't believe I forgot to save that. But, you know, that's the point. But, you know, this is what happens. So, yeah. Holy cow. Holy Gamugula. Holy Mamugli. Whatever you want. You know, I didn't...
Being a bandit's not only about raids and stealing. We're also hunting. And, so on. It's a tough world. And we take what we can get.
So, in the end, you know, her family ended up not liking the guy who she replaced me with. And, you know... And again, you know, this and her new guy keeps causing problems for her. And, you know, the thing that I'm sitting here kind of wondering is how much alienation is he going to cause with her family? And I don't say anything because anytime I brought up, like, you do realize this is a bad thing, right? I got the stay out of my business, and it's like, I'm staying out of your business. I'm pointing out something that is a reasonable concern, you know, that even your family would have. Now, I know most people on here have said, well, Ghost, don't you say you don't care about your ex? Correct. I do not give a damn about my ex. If she disappeared tomorrow, I wouldn't care. But I do care about my children, and her welfare plays a direct role into how my children are and how well they, how things go at their mother's house. So I have to have some measure of keeping an eye on her welfare, because then my children suffer. So I have to keep an eye on that. Otherwise, my children get hurt. And I don't want my children getting hurt. So I'm very much more concerned about my children than I am concerned for her.
Blood fly down. Moving on. Blood fly down. Moving on. Fluttering vermin. Don't stand a chance. Who's next?
So, you know, let's keep that in mind here. So, yeah.
Here we are. Have a drink on.
So, I'm actually thinking more about the sake of my children than I'm thinking about her welfare. But I know the sake of my children is tied to her welfare. So, yeah, I have to have some measure of caring for her. I have to get a little bit nosy, because I don't want to end up like my parent. I don't want to. I don't want my children to end up like me, where my mother constantly shut my father out when he voiced his concerns, and she just didn't care what he thought. It was just, it's my house, it's my rules, butt out. And that was how my mother handled the situation, even though there was harm being done to me and my brother, and she did nothing about it. I'm trying to avoid the mistakes of the past. But this is very much how women operate. And I can say, and I will agree with her here, men's hierarchies is very different than women's.
Much more confrontational, and they're much more tolerant of disagreement. So men often miss the signal when women quietly withdraw support, stop endorsing, or maintain some level of politeness without group alignment. But women see and feel this immediately, and then misbehavior accordingly. So when you combine physical appearance, sexual selectivity, reputation, and social proof, you get a pretty complete picture of how relative mate value is regulated, without force, without malice, and ultimately without acknowledgement. Again, this is not about villains. This is about systems. And systems don't care about intentions. They care about outcomes. Social alignment doesn't collapse when a woman gets attention. It collapses when she starts to change the trajectory. Because she's not just dating differently. She's preparing to exit the market. And this is the last point. This is when long-term compatibility becomes a threat. Up to this point, we've been talking about things that impact attraction, attention, and perception. But there's a different category of signal that matters much more once a man starts thinking beyond dating. And this is long-term compatibility. Because attraction gets attention, but compatibility determines investment. And when investment is on the line, competition, well, it intensifies. When men evaluate women for long-term relationships, they aren't simply asking themselves, am I attracted to her? And I'm not trying to mock men, but that's what women think men do in their brains. What they're actually asking is, can I build a stable life with her? Will conflict in this dynamic be manageable? Because conflict in relationship is inevitable. Is cooperation possible? Are we going to be fighting against each other the entire time? And ultimately, will this relationship increase peace or amplify chaos? So compatibility signals include things like orientation towards commitment, desire for family or a long-term partnership. Do they have the ability to regulate their emotions? Do they have the capacity to cooperate? Do they have any? Can they disagree and be respectful? Can they tolerate disagreement? And ultimately, do they have consistency and congruence between values and goals? These traits, again, ultimately don't spike dopamine, but they do reduce risk. And reducing risk, specifically for men, is significant and important. So here's the key point with this one. A woman who signals long-term compatibility raises the expectations, narrows the field, and forces this contrast of comparison. Because suddenly the question isn't who's the most excited, it's who's actually viable, who's quality. And that shift is incredibly destabilizing in a dating market where the majority of participants benefit from ambiguity. So rather than confronting compatibility directly, the competition will start to attack the meaning of those signals. Watch how often long-term signals are quietly reframed as some type of liability. A woman who wants marriage is desperate, naive, afraid of her own independence, a disappointment. A woman who might want a family is framed as lacking ambition, settling, a conformist, losing herself, not living up to her potential.
Guys, if you're still balding in 2026, what are you doing? There's an easy solution. It doesn't cost
A woman who might prioritize peace for herself, especially if she prioritizes it for her man, is boring, unexciting, not living her life, the easy girl, the easygoing one. And again, this is not a direct attack most of the time. It's just a slight reinterpretation. Because the goal is not to deny that this is happening, it's to devalue it and position it differently. Now, if you pay attention, men rarely, if ever, discourage women from being relationship-oriented. Doesn't happen very often, but women do, especially with the given criteria that I've mentioned numerous times in this video. Again, this threatens this group equilibrium. We're all on the same playing field, we all offer the same things, we all look the same, we've all got the same Botox fillers. kind of Instagram face here. We're all
What's a
doing
guy
the
like
same
you-
things.
Lee
We
asked
all
me the same
act the
thing.
same way.
I'm done
Just carbon
fighting.
copies
They're
of
what
one
got
another.
me
Join
in
in.
here to start
Join
with.
in.
What
Right?
happened?
Don't disrupt
Oh, the same
the
stupid
equilibrium.
story you've
And when
heard
this
a million
happens
times
and they
before.
notice, the
I was
pressure
out
again
drinking
always
with the
comes
lads.
sideways.
This
It's
tosser
not
started
directly
going off at
head on.
me.
Hey, don't
Things
rush.
got
Take your
heated
time.
and-
You know what? You're too
well,
young. You've
you
got your
can guess
career
the
in front of
rest.
you. You got your
You
life
killed
in
him?
front of you.
By
Girl, you're
accident.
giving up your freedom.
Hit his head on the
But you're gonna
cobblestone, the
regret
poor
it.
bastard.
And sometimes,
I kept
again,
shouting at
most
him
women
to
will
get
believe
up
that this
until I
advice is
realised
incredibly sincere.
that
Or,
ain't
from
happening
another
no
angle,
more.
maybe they feel like they're being
So,
really
yeah,
protected. But
I'm done with
ultimately,
the fighting.
it functions competitive. Because when you
Why'd you join
discourage
this?
long-term
Well,
orientation,
what are my
long-term
options?
commitment, long-term
Gomez and his
investment, you
warders
keep
are black
everybody
balloons
operating
and all
on
right
the
bunch.
same
But I
level
just don't
playing.
believe any of
And
that
this is
bollocks
ultimately
about
why
the
men
sleeper.
feel like
They're all
they're
That
receiving
leaves the
mixed
new
signals.
king.
That's
They
right.
hear women say that they
Honestly,
want
no
king, they want
idea if that
stability,
plan
they
of
want
the water
reliability,
mages
they
is
want
any
somebody
good.
who's going to
But-
show up. They want a partner.
Can you teach me?
A masculine me. But when you observe these social environments, what you will see
To
is that
defend myself.
women
Their
actually reward
self-defense is running.
non-commitment. This is why men say, well, why would I go above and beyond for you if you're willing to give it away for free? I'm not doing that. I'm tapping out. And this is where they celebrate that ambiguity. And they also penalize, judge, criticize, condemn women who opt out of this.
Do you trade?
Now,
Take your
men are
pick.
smarter than we think they are. And a lot of them, they're not misreading this. They're watching conflicting incentives and structures collide. And when incentives conflict, behavior will follow the incentive, not the idea. So, when a woman signals long-term compatibility, especially early, she becomes much more valuable to men who are seeking commitment, but significantly more disruptive to peer dynamics. So the competition, it doesn't eliminate her. It isolates and aims to destabilize her. She may still be attractive, for sure, but she becomes socially misaligned. And social misalignment reduces leverage unless the man is willing to resist that peer pressure or group criticism. So if we look at how this is impacting the system as a whole, we can see how this is impacting outcomes. When we look at data and transitions over time, women continue to delay decision-making around marriage, commitment, reproduction, children, starting a family. And this over time has become problematic, again, with the rise of birth control and infertility.
Hey.
You can see these issues
Now that's
more
a
and more
face I
common
ain't seen
with
before.
women's
Both.
experiences.
I
Men
see.
ultimately are left confused about
Name's
women
Haycock.
getting mixed signals consistently. Unfortunately,
I'm
as we
looking
can
to make-
see,
From a
ambiguity
freshie.
has become the norm. And
Silas, the
fundamentally,
innkeeper at the
as an
Lake Tavern,
overall
said he could
relational,
go there
cultural,
and tell him I sent
economic
you.
crisis,
All right.
commitment and the outcome of commitment, the fruit of commitment, gets delayed later and later. And unfortunately, unbeknownst to many people who've never been married or in a long-term relationship, this play, this game, it doesn't create freedom. It creates instability, criticism, gender wars, friction, vitriol, frustration, disappointment. In this instability, these dynamics benefit those people who thrive in short-term mating dynamics, not those who want long-term outcomes.
Yeah, the current culture, and in plain English, what's going on right now, hookup culture it's great for hookup culture, but for long-term relationships like marriage, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever,
Are you gonna stop me?
Nah. But you want to know what you're walking into.
How?
Right.
you know, it's not
First
going to
off,
work
there
out.
ain't no Templars or warders looking after you all the time.
So, yeah, great environment if you just want to run around and fool around.
Mages and the orc,
It's not
yeah.
going to work well
But
if you
for
want a
general,
relationship,
this ain't about
period.
riches for us.
Long term,
Unlike Gomez
marriage,
and his lot in the old
kids.
camp.
Think about
We
that
ain't
for a
giving up
minute.
getting out of here one
Right, the
day.
Chads, the bros,
Actually,
yeah,
She'll do
those
it
guys.
anyway.
And
Can I do that?
Kardashian-esque
That
fake
depends.
women, those
The
women
Rice
do.
Lord's always
OnlyFans,
after new
and I
lads.
shouldn't
What
say
if I
that
wanna do
probably on
something else
YouTube,
than
but
farming
here we
on
are. If you
Listen
So at
to
this
him.
point, these patterns should be
They ain't much
somewhat
use for
more
nothing.
obvious to you. And again, if you pay attention to what you should be
What
paying
are the
attention
mages?
to,
Most
once
of the
you
time,
see it,
their
you
plan
can't
is to blow
unsee
up
it.
the
And
whole
each time
heap.
Sounds
the same
dangerous.
thing
They say
happens,
it's safe.
the behavior is not attacked directly.
So you
It's
have a
reframed.
thug in you.
And the most
They can keep
powerful
her.
way to reframe these things is to label
Besides
it
you
moral
Farmers, scrapers.
or immoral. And that is the final
Where you
layer.
keep-
Because once competition
you're
is
cute.
encoded in
I'm warning
virtue,
you.
it becomes
Don't worry.
invisible or untouchable. And
What if
that's what we have to unpack.
Ambitious.
next.
I like that. We're a tight crew.
We not just take anybody.
This is how I created a
Try your luck
high-quality
with
music
Laura's
video
first.
in just
Word
one
gets
day.
around
All
you
of the
got
things that
some
we've just
skills.
forementioned,
Might catch
how
Lee's
we
eye.
penetrate, impact, and change relative mate value, these
How
things
much more
can
up the bit?
somewhat be
We're
touched
getting
upon,
there.
at least in theory,
Scrapers
but this
work that-
additional layer makes questioning any of this almost
See you around.
impossible,
Once you're
and
back,
it drives
man.
me insane. Transparently. And that's the moral language. You've heard me say this a dozen times in this video, but it's so important for us to be able to be aware of and pinpoint. Because once competition is framed as virtue, criticism
You
doesn't just
looking
sound
for-
wrong.
Yeah.
It sounds
Leak.
immoral.
Those
Because moral
beasts.
language
I wouldn't
doesn't
be
argue outcomes. It ends the debate. When a behavior is framed as empowering,
Can I help?
progressive, healthy,
Sure.
healing, the right side of history, questioning it no longer sounds analytical.
Where
It
can I-
sounds like
Try
an
the
attack.
other side of it.
And by design, this is not
Why don't the
accidental.
I
From a
asked them
social
the same
standpoint,
thing.
moral language
told me it's
performs
not their
three
job. Guess what they
functions
said?
simultaneously.
Not our
It
job.
signals group membership.
Smart man.
You're in the group or
Why
you're
not
out of
just
the
pick-
group.
'Cause
It
I'm not
protects
King
the speaker
Robar,
from scrutiny.
and I have
and
no
it
nuggets to
converts
spare.
a disagreement
Now, if the
into a
rice
character
fields have to be
judgment.
flooded
All
for
the
these idiots
labels
to
that
see.
you get
I
called.
see.
Yeah, that's your character. They're attacking it. They don't like it. And once those three things are actually in place, well, the system just regulates itself. It defends itself, and it attacks those who argue against it until they don't. Now, if you pay attention to this, you will see this clear as day. Disagreements are not met with quality counter-arguments. They're met with labels. You never hear, well, I disagree with your reasoning, and here's why. Here's what I think you missed. What you do hear is, that's internalized misogyny. That's toxic. That's unsafe. That's patriarchal. That's hurtful, harmful rhetoric. Notice what's missing. Evidence, outcomes, trade-offs, because moral language doesn't need them. Because its power doesn't come from any of this almost impossible, and it drives me insane. Transparently. And that's the moral language. You've heard me say this a dozen times in this video, but it's so...
Yeah, this is why morality is important, because if you don't hold the moral standards, everything just falls apart. And gee, what used to uphold a lot of moral standards? The church, religion, and now that religion's falling to the wayside, where's morality now? Going straight down the toilet. Huh. Novel notion. Sorry, I had to wind it back there, folks. Just had to think about... I had to double check what I was hearing.
important for us to be able to be aware of and pinpoint.
What can you tell
because
me?
once
What's the
competition
best
is
out of
framed
all
as
of them?
virtue, criticism doesn't just
if you're
sound
look,
wrong.
but at least there's
it
no
sounds
war
immoral.
barons or
Because moral
gurus
language
buffing.
doesn't
The
argue
mages are working
outcomes.
hard
It
on their plan
ends
to
the
free
debate.
us,
When a
and that's
behavior
sort
is
of our
framed as
common thread.
empowering, progressive,
What's your job
healthy,
around? I'm a mercenary.
healing, the right
So,
side of history,
you're gonna
questioning
wanna
it
get
no
your
longer
hands on it,
sounds
I'm telling
analytical.
you.
It
But
sounds like an
nobody's
attack.
really done it
And
so far.
by design,
We're making sure
this is
it
not
stays that way.
From a social
Whenever I've got
standpoint,
some time left
moral
for
language
myself,
performs
I'm
three
tinkering on my
functions
boat.
simultaneously.
Your crafting book.
It
Yeah.
signals group membership. You're in the group or you're out of the group. It protects the
They
speaker
can come
from
and rip if you
scrutiny.
mean it.
And it
You should have
converts
someone
a
teach.
disagreement
Wolf comes to mind.
into a
Once you got
character
the gist of it,
all the labels that you get called. Yeah, that's your character. They're attacking. They don't like it. And once those three things are actually in place, well, the system just regulates itself. It defends itself, and it attacks those who argue against it until they don't. Now, if you pay attention to this, you will see this clear as day. Disagreements are not met with quality counter-arguments. They're met with labels. You never hear, well, I disagree with your reasoning, and here's why. Here's what I think you missed. What you do hear is, that's internalized misogyny. That's toxic. That's unsafe. That's patriarchal. That's hurtful, harmful rhetoric. Notice what's missing. Evidence, outcomes, trade-offs, because moral language doesn't need them. Because its power doesn't come from claims of truth. It comes from social consequences. And once a behavior is morally coded, opting out of this becomes costly. And we've seen this. You've seen it in other places of your life. I promise you, in the United States, you saw this. Now you might be wondering, yes, I see this. Why is this so common? It drives me insane. Good, me too. But here's why. It's incredibly
He says
effective
30, he asks for
1,
50.
it allows regulation without authority. Zero authority required. It also allows for punishment without direct confrontation. I can get you fired from your job because you said something that's harmful. And it gives control without action. And most important, it allows competition to continue without ever being acknowledged as competition. Because again, no one thinks they're competing. It's morally sound. It's righteous. They think they're being good. Now I want to back up and highlight this clearly within everything we've just talked about. Look at how these patterns show up in the things that we've previously discussed. Selectivity, you're judgmental. Modesty, you're repressing yourself. Marriage goals, desperation. Right? A part of the patriarchy. The Stability, well, you're settling. You're settling, less. Disagreement, it's harmful. Harmful. Your words are violent. You're disagreeing with me in a way I don't like, and I cannot counter-argue, so you're harming me with your words. None of these, again, argue outcomes. They pathologize intent. And once the intent is pathologized, the behavior itself collapses. Because if you do it, you're bad. You're awful. You're all of these labels. If you engage in any thought pattern that might question what they want you to just blindly believe. And that is how leverage is neutralized. And then there's a bind that this moral language creates, right? If you agree, you're evolved, enlightened, expansive. And if you disagree, well, you're the problem. And unfortunately, this binary removes the possibility of nuances, trade-offs, or just an honest analysis, which is exactly...
Gee, isn't that how almost every left-leaning pundit attacks all those who disagree with them? You know, you're a racist, you're a misogynist, you're Islamophobe, you're a transphobe, you're this, you're that. You know, does this not sound familiar to anybody right now? That, look at these tactics. Just look at what she's saying, and then compare it to how people are treated here, especially if they dare to disagree with them. And it's just, you're against us, you're this, you're that, you're blah 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 blah. You're everything wrong with society is people like you and people who think like you, and it's just like, what? And, you know, just think about that for a minute. You know, this is the tactics of how they attack people who disagree with them. And, you know, this isn't, this isn't even someone saying, you know, all women should be in the kitchen and barefoot and pregnant. That's not even this is not even what the argument is. This is just, I don't agree with your what is it? I don't agree with your idea here because of this circumstance, that circumstance, or I know this person, she did this, she did that, and it ruined her life. Oh, you're X, you're Y, you're Z, you're all these things. You know, it's... You know, am I getting the point across here about how some of these people attack you? And they're not attacking you because you're a bad person. They're doing the kind of attacking that makes you look bad, and they're trying to destroy you morally when you're not even... So, yeah, this is definitely, you know, an attack, but they're using morality when these people aren't very moral from my perspective. Now, they're moral from their perspective, which is good for them, I suppose. But from my perspective, they're using their concept of morality to attack instead of saying, well, why do you think this? Well, here's the counterpoint to this. And, you know, why do you think this? And it's just more, and they just keep giving you the the moralist argument. Shoot. I can't fight the wolf. Did I actually get away from the wolf? So, yeah, this doesn't really help their situation. All it is this is my morality. This is what I stand for, and you need to suck up and take it. That's it.
Why it persists. Because ultimately, and in a more sinister light of all of this, systems that can't be questioned can't be corrected. Now, this is the part that people resist the most. Most women who operate this way believe what they're doing is just, and they refuse to acknowledge the harm that this is doing. Because acknowledging that this is in play, acknowledging that this is hurting people, acknowledging that this is causing more harm, it's destabilizing our society, it's destabilizing our relationships, it's having greater impacts than we actually feel comfortable talking about. It would mean admitting influence, taking responsibility, holding yourself accountable, even if the harm was unintended. So, complete denial becomes much safer than any ounce of awareness, because that level of awareness, well, it carries a cost. And the uncomfortable truth, and why I felt compelled to make this video, and I know it's long, thank you if you've been here for the entire thing, I appreciate you so much. But when these dynamics remain unexamined, women receive advice from other women that work against their stated goals. Men experience these contradictions and the toxicity, yes, I'll use the word toxicity, of not all women, but some women in this society operating under the guise of these narratives. And they're told they can't question them, that men are the problem. So we're displacing responsibility on people, a group of people, when some of them might be bad, but I refuse to believe that all of them are. Resentment now replaces understanding between the genders, which is why I make this channel, why I talk about things that I do. And gender discourse has completely collapsed into accusation instead of any type of critical analysis, open dialogue and conversation without attacks, character assassinations, ad hominems, reputations mirrored. Because silence or vitriol doesn't protect people, it protects bad systems. And I think we can all agree the state of gender dynamics in the West specifically. Again, I need to emphasize, this video specifically is not attacking anyone, but it is, and its intention is to restore some type of symmetry. Because men are scrutinized endlessly, anywhere you look. Talk about relationships, dating problems, gender wars, men. Men. Red pill, MGTOW, whatever you want to call it, okay? You can label somebody else and blame them for the problems. But the unfortunate reality is if we want to change this, women have to take some responsibility and hold themselves accountable too. We can't keep validating women endlessly because the system in itself requires feedback, honest, analytical feedback. Again, female competition is not a moral failing, much like male competition is not a moral failing. But it is a reality. And these realities don't go away when you refuse to name them. They just keep shaping outcomes in the dark. Now, if you liked this video, then I think you'll really like this one too. And if not...
But yeah, that's how things work here. Look at that. If you can't communicate, you can't get through to things just don't end well. Now, that'll be my last little bit of debating. So, let's see. We'll save that one for later, but here, we'll move into divorce. And why this is another major talking point.
Divorces are initiated by women. 80% of custodial parents are mothers, and 90% of those decisions are made before a judge ever steps in. Divorced men have nearly 3 times the suicide risk of married men. Separated men, still in the middle of the collapse, nearly 5 times. Within 1 year of divorce, a man is roughly 6 times more likely to develop an alcohol use disorder. 6 times. That places divorce amongst one of the most powerful triggers of substance abuse that we see in psychiatric literature. And about 20% of male suicides in this country are tied directly to the breakdown of an intimate relationship. Breakups, separation, divorce, 1 in 5. For nearly 20 years, the default explanation that you've been handed your entire life, that women file because men are bad husbands, that they work hard to get you but then become beer drinking, pizza eating, couch potatoes over time, that doesn't survive contact with the data. In fact, the data points somewhere else entirely, and where it points has been sitting in peer-reviewed psychology journals for the last 10 years, waiting for someone to connect it to the divorce numbers. And that connection, well, that connection is what this video is about. Now, let's get into it.
If you've written a book and you're ready to explore publishing, this video is for you. Hi, I'm Lonnie from Spines, the fastest growing publishing platform in the US. We're hosting
Before I tell you what the real explanation is, I have to clear all of the bad ones out of the way. Because if I don't, your brain is going to default to one of them, while I'm building the actual argument and we'll end up just talking past one another. Bad explanation number 1. Women file more because men are just worse partners. This is inevitably the default mainstream answer. And it's the one that's been repeated 1,000 different ways to you since you were probably a teenager. And it has one enormous problem. Michael Rosenfeld at Stanford ran the most rigorous replication of the divorce initiation finding in 2017, using a longitudinal study of more than 2,000 couples. And he confirmed the 69% number. But he also looked at non-marital heterosexual couples. So this is dating, cohabitation, the whole spectrum. And he found something that the headlines almost never mention. This asymmetry around filing, breakups, the breakdown of a relationship only shows up in married couples. Meaning, men and women in dating markets have the same rates of dissolving the relationship. It is only when the legal structure of marriage is engaged, when the formal commitment locks itself in, that the gender of the person rolling out of this becomes lopsided by a factor of more than 2 to 1. And that finding ends the bad husband explanation. Because if men were simply just worse partners in general, that lopsidedness would show up in every single heterosexual relationship dynamic, not just marriage. And it does not. It shows up in exactly 1. The structure has changed, but the men have not. So whatever produces the marriage asymmetry is not a property of how men behave. It is a property of what marriage is and what marriage has become inside of our current cultural moment. Bad explanation number 2. Women file more because men cheat more. In fact, all men cheat. Haven't you heard? Survey research.
Actually, according to some of the women I've spoke to, they know more women that cheat nowadays than men. And I'm not even talking about my ex here, because yes, she did cheat on me. And I don't know if she's proud of herself or what, but she doesn't really seem to give a you-know-what. But, again, almost every person who I've spoken to about this kind of stuff, they all tell me that women are cheating more than dudes. And that they tend to cheat emotionally and to replace the guy, too. So, there you go. No, I'm not even going to make that jump without acrobatics. That's not going to happen.
On stated reasons for divorce shows that infidelity is cited as a primary reason in about 37% of divorce filings. And the gender breakdown when it comes to who cheated is closer to parity than most people tend to think. Infidelity is in the mix. It is real, obviously, and it does end marriages. But that math doesn't account for the 69% asymmetry that we're seeing. And it certainly doesn't account for it being the primary cause. Even if every citing of cheating when it came to filing for divorce in the data that we have was a consequence of men only cheating, you still cannot account for a 35-point gender gap in who's filing. Meaning, something else must be carrying the weight here. Bad explanation number 3. Women file more because they're just more attuned to relationship problems. And men are simply just emotionally shut down. Specifically in marriage. Now, what I will say about this claim is it's the most interesting of the bad explanations that we have, because part of that is true. And unfortunately, that truth, that partial truth, is what makes that so dangerous. The research on this, going all the way back to the 1980s, does show that women tend to raise more marital concerns, and they do this earlier and more often than men do. That outcome, that is a real finding. But the way that it's used in current discourse is interesting because it uses a sleight of hand, if you will. And unfortunately, when it is used, most people never notice this. The data does tell you that women do notice and voice things earlier. What it does not tell you is whether or not what they are noticing is indeed, by any external clinical standard, actually a problem that a reasonable person would agree is a problem. The first claim is empirical. The second claim is an interpretation. And the gap between those two, well, that's what we're going to get into next. So, 3 very bad explanations cleared. The 69% asymmetry is not conclusively just about men being bad husbands at scale. It is not about men cheating at scale. And it is not about women correctly diagnosing problems that men simply cannot see. So, what is it about? It's about a piece of psychology that's been sitting in peer-reviewed journals for exactly 10 years, that almost nobody, if anybody, is connecting to the divorce data. And that, once you see it, explains not just the 69% number, but about a dozen other things that modern relationships are experiencing today. And unfortunately, to somebody who's not paying attention to patterns, look completely unrelated.
Websites your competitors don't want you to know, part 2.
All you do is go to this website, and it lets you find out exactly.
I mean, that's why I've always said the data, that's the reason why I've always, well, I haven't said it out loud, but I've always been, to my mind, you know, these sayings don't make sense. Because if you go down the whole sexual dimorphism path, and, you know, who is a Chad and who isn't, you know, all of a sudden there's an interesting question. You know, there's more average men than exceptional men, which fundamentally makes it difficult to be like, how can so many people be this way, you know? Oops. Oh, I don't even have the lock-picking skill. You know what? But anyway, as I digress here, you know, the point is in my mind, I've always said the data has never made sense. So hopefully this will give us a better idea of how the data will work.
The paper is called Concept Creep, Psychology's Expanding Concepts on Harm and Pathology, published in Psychological Inquiry, Volume 27, Issue 1, in 2016. The author is a psychologist named Nick Haslam from the University of Melbourne. And what Haslam noticed is the one thing that's currently eating modern relationships alive. He was studying how psychological terms had changed their meaning slightly over recent decades. Not slang, not casual usage, the actual technical concepts that clinical psychology uses that describe serious phenomena. Words like trauma, abuse, bullying, addiction, prejudice, mental disorder, the list goes on, right? And what he found was that these words were not just staying still. They had, over time, been quietly expanding. In this expansion, it occurred in 2 directions simultaneously. And he gave both of these directions names. He called the first one horizontal creep. The word stretches outward to cover qualitatively new things that were not initially included. He called the second one vertical creep. The word stretches downward to cover quantitatively new instances of the original thing. Concisely put, a word that originally meant a very narrow, defined, severe, and clinically significant event gradually comes to mean broader, milder, and more ambiguous experiences. And here's a piece of the argument that almost every summary of it leaves out, and it's the piece that matters the most for this video. When the word stretches into its new territory, the moral weight of the original word does not stretch with it. meaning the gravity of the term stays exactly where it was clinically. And we see this play out on platforms like TikTok every single day. There are creators with millions of views, this literally just happened, saying that splitting a bill in a relationship is psychological abuse because of the mental load it puts on women. I want to pause and let you think about.
That's ridiculous when you put that in context, folks. Think about that for a minute. Seriously, think about that for a minute. Asking somebody to help with a bill that they helped contribute to make is abusive? I mean, think about how mind-boggling that is for a second. I mean, that's ridiculous. How can somebody even say that? Seriously. I mean, it's mind-numbing when you think about it. I mean, I'm almost flabbergasted here for words here.
That for a second. We have taken a term meant for systematic torture and isolation and turned it into a disagreement about who pays the electric bill, who pays for brunch, who pays for coffee. This is vertical creep in action, and it leaves men with no way to defend themselves against a label that carries the weight of a felony. Now I want you to read Haslam's own words, not my paraphrase, his, from his paper. He wrote, and I am quoting verbatim, that concept creep runs the risk of pathologizing everyday experiences and encouraging a sense of virtuous but impotent victimhood. A peer-reviewed psychologist in a peer-reviewed journal in 2016, saying the very thing that men in this audience have been called every name in the book for noticing. Now, I am not editorializing any of this. I'm just reading a paper. Now, I have to highlight when this paper was published, because the timing of all of this matters for why this video has to exist. Haslam was writing this in 2016. The terms that he was worried about, trauma, abuse, addiction, bullying, prejudice, had not yet escaped the discipline. At the time of this writing, they were stretching within the literature, meaning that they were not yet the daily real-life vocabulary on Instagram, TikTok, and in couples therapy waiting rooms and divorce attorney consultations. What has happened in the last 10 years since he wrote this paper is that the process that he was describing at the time has gone supersonic. The terms escaped the discipline, and they are now the default emotional terms and vocabulary used within an entire generation. Every word that he flagged, plus ones that he didn't even think to cover: narcissist, gaslighting, emotional label or toxic, self-abandonment, boundary violations, enmeshment, parentification, the list goes on and on. And not only that, now it's used 1,000 times more loosely in a casual conversation than it was ever used in the literature that he was critiquing. Now, I have to pause here and highlight something, and I hate that I have to do this, but obviously there's no part of me whatsoever that is saying that these terms should not exist or they do not have merit in their use. These phenomena are real. People have genuinely been traumatized. People have genuinely been abused. People have genuinely been gaslit by partners who knew exactly what they were doing. Those experiences do exist, and the words that we use for them exist for a reason. And the people who have actually lived them deserve every ounce of the seriousness associated with the words when we use them. My point is that we have to acknowledge that these words have drifted and lost their meaning along with the drift, and they are now being used to describe mild, common, everyday ambiguous relational moments. And because the words still carry the original moral weight of them, the common, mild, ambiguous friction moments in relationships today arrive in the conversation pre-classified as clinical harm without anybody having to prove it. The word in these instances did the proving, because the word in these instances replaced the evidence. And that is the machinery. Once you've seen this, you will see it everywhere for the rest of your life, because it is now the dominant vocabulary of any intimate disagreement in the English-speaking world. Now, as an example, let me show you how the machinery works inside of a marriage today. Imagine any garden variety type of argument between a married couple. The content of this disagreement for this example doesn't actually matter. It could be about chores, parenting, money, sex, in-laws, you name it. Any of the 10,000 things that couples have disagreed about over the span of human history. 20 years ago, the vocabulary that was used when couples had disagreements was indeed ordinary vocabulary. We disagree about this. I wish that you would do this differently. I am frustrated. This is an ongoing source of tension between us. And those sentences that they used were accurate. What they do is name the disagreement without having to classify it as something. And in the end, what this allows couples to do is leave the negotiation open. And practically what it does is allow the other person to respond to the argument or disagreement that they're having without feeling the need to defend themselves against a clinical claim of harm. Now, watch what happens when concept creep gives the same disagreement a new vocabulary. He's dismissing my needs. This is verbal abuse. This is emotional neglect. I'm unseen in my own marriage. He's
I don't know how my audio got turned off, but let me restart that saying there. This is modern times right now, because if a guy is not giving a woman his full attention and he's not paying full attention, this is neglect. Mind you, let's just ignore the fact
You there? What do you mean?
that, you know, did she just hand him a 20 thing to do list?
As it happens,
What sort of
And, you know, she's asking him to do it, so he's tuned into doing that, and now all of a sudden, he's doing that, and
Or access to the mine?
and now all of a sudden it's, oh, he's neglecting me, he's ignoring me, he's not doing this. Blah, 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 blah.
5 apples, 2 bottles of rye schnapps, 5 bottles of beer, 3. Trust me, you ain't gonna regret.
Okay.
Music to me. Remember, 5.
Got it.
So, yeah, think about that one for a minute. How that plays out. She hands him a giant list of things to do. He starts working on it. He's on task 5 out of 20. And then she just saunters up, starts talking to him as he's in the middle of doing said task. And because he's not paying attention, now he's the evil person. She feels neglected. And she does all of the quote-unquote emotional labor. When dude's like, I'm just doing what you asked me to do. And why are you now all of a sudden doing this now? You know, what the heck did I do this time? Think about how mentally draining that is for anybody. Seriously, think about that for a minute. And again, and you know, also concept creep here. You know, using the idea of neglect or harm outside of this context, outside of the original context it was meant for. Come on, think about that for a minute.
gaslighting me. He's making me abandon myself. This is a boundary violation. I'm doing all of the emotional labor. Every single one of those sentences has done two things in one breath. It's named the disagreement, and it's pre-classified this disagreement as a form of clinical harm. The husband on the other side of that sentiment is no longer being disagreed with. He is being accused, and not even of doing something wrong, of being something wrong. And because these terms do carry clinical weight, the accusation here is not positioned as a disagreement and or a negotiation between two people, but a professional diagnosis from one party to another. Now here's the part that I really need you to open your mind and allow yourself to receive, because this video is not just a blanket claim that all women are manipulative or vicious, because truthfully that is not what I'm arguing. Because underneath just what we can observe is we have to recognize that the person who's using these words is often not doing it intentionally or strategically. Meaning, she's not sitting at the kitchen table thinking to herself, I will deploy the language of emotional neglect or verbal abuse to gain moral leverage over my husband. What we do know is that she genuinely believes that she feels the things that the words are describing. And she believes that she is accurately reporting on her internal experience. Most of the time, people are just picking up on the most emotionally resonant language that we have given them. The same way that you and I have picked up on thousands of different words and concepts and terms without ever actually consciously choosing them. And even more sinister than that, the language or this tool is doing more work for her than she's actually aware that it's doing. So the question isn't, is she sincere? Because she almost certainly is. The question is what this type of language is doing for her that ordinary language does not. And to answer that question, well, I have to introduce you to Alfred Adler.
Work today is broken. Every day, people juggle so many different tools.
Adler was one of the three founding fathers of depth psychology, if you will. I'm sure you've heard of Carl Jung and Freud. He is the third. And he was inside of Freud's original Vienna Circle. However, in 1911, he broke away from Freud, publicly, irreconcilably, and at a very significant professional cost. And this was over one fundamental disagreement around what drives human behavior. You see, Freud's view, if you studied Freud at all, then you know that he believes that we are pushed by drives, pushed by our trauma, pushed by the unresolved past, pushed by even unconscious forces acting upon us whether we want them to or not. So in Freud's model, if you want to understand what somebody is doing, you look behind them, into their history, into their repressed material, and ultimately into what was done to them. But Adler said he had that completely backwards. Adler believed that we are pulled by the future that we are unconsciously trying to construct, pulled by the position that we're trying to hold within our social world, and pulled by the goals that we have set for ourselves, most of which we actually could not articulate if you asked us to. And ultimately he called this principle teleology, from the Greek word telos, meaning end or purpose. And in 1912, in a book called The Neurotic Constitution, he wrote a sentence that his entire theory or philosophy was around. We must interpret every striving as an attempt to reach a goal. We can understand nothing in psychology without reference to its purpose. Every striving, every behavior, every choice, every word coming out of somebody's mouth, not simply caused by the past, but aimed at a very specific purpose. And in most cases, aimed at a purpose that the individual themselves could not actually name. He also believed that every single human being is organized or is organizing themselves around two very specific fundamental needs. The need to feel significant, to matter, to count, to have a place in the world that is unmistakably yours, and the need to belong, to be inside the human community, not outside of it, not alone and not exiled. And he also observed that when those two fundamental needs come under threat, when the self-significance or belonging starts to feel like it's under threat or being eroded, the psyche develops what he called safeguarding tendencies, patterns of thought, speech, and behavior that ultimately protect the fragile self from the felt experience of failure, inadequacy, or exclusion. They are not conscious, they are not strategic, they are not scheming. They run automatically, reliably, powerfully, and almost invisibly to the person who's running them. Again, these things run because they work, not because the person is consciously choosing them. Now, hold that in your mind and let me walk you back to the concept creep that we discussed earlier. When the language of clinical harm is reached for inside a normal marital disagreement, Adler would tell you And he would be exactly right, that the language that's being used is acting as a safeguarding tendency. Not consciously, not strategically, but reliably. I'm going to break this down so you can see exactly what the language is doing for the speaker. Number one, it protects her significance because it reframes her dissatisfaction not as a preference she happens to have, but as a clinical injury that she sustained. A preference is negotiable, right? An injury is not. A preference could be wrong, but an injury cannot. By classifying this disagreement as a harm, she has elevated her position from one party within a negotiation to a wounded person who requires accommodation. So this negotiation.
Yeah, gee, why does that sound like an argument with a modern woman? I feel, and you disregard my feelings, you've hurt my emotional state. And instead of being told to just walk it off, you know, now you're told how much of a jerk, how mean you are, how inconsiderate you are. You know, you're called, you know, emotionally absent. You know, you're just given a blasting of different verbiage for how you are or what you're described as, because this isn't, you know, a disagreement or a preference. You know, this is, I feel this way, and because I feel this way, this is a part of me, and if you dare disagree with me, you are now hurting me. And because now you are hurting me, you are now the new problem. You guys tracking with me here? You know, besides other things here, you know, that's incredibly manipulative when you really think about it. And I know that people are gonna be like, "Whoa, Ghost, that's taking stuff too far." If they really feel that they feel they're that injured. Okay, look, I'm not gonna sit here and tell people that your feelings don't matter, because when you feel something, it is important to you. But if you're going to use how you feel to control a room, to negotiate things, or to control a situation, you know, in the right situations, yeah, you'll get your way. I don't doubt that. But a big but here, that's not gonna work in every situation. Now, I can hear a few people saying, "Well, Ghost, can you give an example?" Yeah, let's just say, for example, you're in a country where food is scarce. You're you know, you pull out the food you have, you're eating, you know, you're eating, and there are people nearby who are hungry. They're obviously staring at you, and you feel uncomfortable, and you ask them to go away. You know, quick question here. Do these people care about your comfort? Or do they care about the fact that they haven't eaten in about 4 days? They're going to care more about the fact that they haven't had a meal in 4 days. And that the food you have, even though it may be not something they've had, you know, what's good for you is good for them. And how you feel is going to be irrelevant, because you're eating in front of them and they've been starving for how many days again? Guess what? They're going to want that food. And if you're not going to be willing to share that food, well, they may just gonna have to take it. I want to see if I can pull this trick off while I continue this video. But the point is that this, you know, manipulation, or however you want to say it here, you know, it's not healthy and it's incredibly manipulative. And, you know, this is part of the reason why there are so many problems. Just think about that for a minute.
Well, it's over before it ever began. And the husband, well, he can't disagree with the framing, not without being recast as the perpetrator of the injury that he's being accused of inflicting. Second, it preserves her sense of belonging. And this is probably the most culturally relevant and sinister part of all of this. Because let's be honest, the peer group that supports this type of framing within a conflict or a disagreement relationally is enormous. It's loud, it's immediate, and it's on every single device that she owns. Every social media algorithm on Earth is optimized to reward content in which the speaker is the wounded party. So in this scenario, she doesn't have to seek validation. The validation arrives automatically, at scale, from strangers, within minutes. And it arrives without anybody on her side of the algorithm ever having met the man.
This is a neat little trick. I know people can't see this, but you knock him off and you get some pretty decent stuff for the beginning of the game. Although, here, let me show you guys here. Let me just close this window. Well, not close it. Let me hide this window for a quick sec. If you knock this guy down here, because you can't end him, the game won't let you, but you can get that weapon and a couple other things. All you have to do is push him off the cliff. But there you go, there's a little secret for everybody to use. And I also got an even better bow than I would normally get. And some experience too. Okay, I think that's everything I'm going to get out of the new mine for now. Outside of what's in chests, but I need to get more lock-picking skills before I do that. Alright. Let's go for now, but I will continue this video, and we'll keep going on the divorce stuff here.
Who's being accused. So the safeguarding of her belonging has been outsourced to a global network whose entire incentive structure is to affirm her framing of this story without ever having to examine it. And lastly, it reduces her felt obligation. Because once a disagreement has now been classified as harm, the obligation to continue negotiating about this completely disappears. You do not negotiate with an abuser. You do not compromise with a neglector. And you do not meet the boundary violator halfway. So the language has essentially ended the conversation. And it has done so in such a way that makes any attempt to continue this conversation look morally suspect, including any attempt by the husband to ask specifically what he had done wrong or what he could do to improve. And it does all of this, keeping her firmly on the moral high ground, because the words that she has reached for still carry the original clinical weight. So she's not walking away from some obligation. She is escaping harm. Those two things, by the way, are the same action described in two very different vocabularies. And the vocabulary you choose determines ultimately how the action gets received and interpreted by her friends, by her therapist, by her family, by her lawyer. And eventually, well, the court will rule on the custody arrangement already baked into this before anybody walked in the building. And that is the Adlerian function of concept creep operating inside of a marriage. The narrative is selected, not consciously, but reliably, because the narrative works. It protects significance, it protects belonging, it reduces felt obligation, it keeps the moral high ground, and it does all of this without requiring the speaker to ever notice that the disagreement that she's now classifying as harm is not. not by any clinical standard that Haslam or any ethical psychologist on Earth would endorse as actual harm. This is why the 69% divorce rate asymmetry shows up specifically in marriage, because marriage is the only relational structure where obligations are formal, legal, and enforceable. It is the only structure where leaving actually costs something, and where staying requires sustained sacrifice, and ultimately, where the felt weight of this obligation is high enough, where the safeguarding machinery will engage itself at full power. Simply put, in dating, there's nothing to safeguard against. Any party can leave at any time for any reason and lose little to nothing. In cohabitation, the same. It is only when the structure locks in that the psyche starts reaching for the vocabulary that will license this exit without requiring the speaker to lose her significance, her belonging, or her moral standard. Rosenfeld's findings from 2017 is not a curiosity. It is the empirical standing of this exact mechanism operating across millions of marriages. The 69% number is what concept creep looks like in aggregate when it meets a relational structure that refuses to dissolve itself on its own.
I am the center of the universe. The only emperor of the galaxy.
Now I have to say the hardest part of this video, and I'm going to say it directly because the men who are watching this video deserve directives. For the last roughly 40 years or so, our culture has been running an enormous, detailed, continuously elaborated project, and this project is describing what it is exactly that a man owes in a relationship. If you've been alive for the last 4 decades, you've heard this project running in the background for probably your entire life, so you know what it sounds like. A man is supposed to provide. He's supposed to be emotionally available. He's supposed to initiate repair after conflict. He is also supposed to do his share of the housework. He's supposed to carry half of the mental load. He's supposed to be accountable for his words, his mood, his energy. He's supposed to grow and he's supposed to heal. He's supposed to do the work on himself. He's supposed to show up. He's supposed to listen. He's supposed to validate. He's supposed to honor his partner's boundaries. He's supposed to be a safe place for her emotions. He's supposed to be soft enough to hold her and hard enough to defend her, and emotionally fluent enough to articulate the difference. Now, to be clear, I'm not actually objecting to any one.
You know, I don't have a problem with any of that, to be perfectly honest with everybody here. But who is supposed to teach men these tools? Because if it's supposed to be their fathers, well, I hate to break this to a lot of people, but haven't most of the fathers been removed from the home at this stage? So how is a father supposed to teach their children anything when they aren't even there to teach them? Or they're Disneyland dad, where they see them 2 days out of the month and then 2 weeks over the summer? It isn't a lot of time to teach your sons how to treat a woman, be soft when she needs you, be kind, be soft when she needs you, be kind when she needs you, but be strong enough to protect her. That's something men teach men, not a mother teaches her son. So, how are men supposed to teach this when they're not even allowed to be in the home? Food for thought.
Of those responsibilities. Most of them are reasonable, and many of them are genuine virtues. But what I am asking you to notice is that together, they form an enormous, detailed, ambient, publicly elaborated upon vocabulary for the man's obligations and responsibilities when it comes to relationship. It is the ocean that the fish swims in. It is the wallpaper of our entire culture, and it's repeated every day on every platform by every voice in increasingly elaborate detail. Now, I'm going to ask you to try to find the equivalent public vocabulary for a woman's responsibilities and obligations in a relationship. Oh wait, not what she deserves, not what she's entitled to, not what her red flags, her green flags, or her standards are, not what a man has to do to earn her, but what she owes, what she has obligated herself to give to receive the commitment that she desires. Again, I'll wait. I'm going to ask you to sit with that silence, because that silence is the entire point of this video. The vocabulary that I'm inquiring about, it does not exist with the same volume, it does not exist with the same specificity, it does not exist with the same cultural willingness to make demands of the listener. And sure, there are corners of the internet where something like it might exist, but those corners are politically marked and easy to dismiss. The mainstream conversation about female obligation in relationships is, and I'm choosing this word carefully, missing. Not debated, not contested, missing. Meaning in absence, where a conversation should be. And yes, for those of you that are going to bring this up, parts of modern feminist discourse have intensified this imbalance by dramatically expanding the public vocabulary of female grievances, while offering comparatively very little vocabulary around female obligation. And into that absence, the vocabulary of harm has flowed. Again, not because women intentionally chose this, and maybe not even because they prefer it, but because it was the only vocabulary that was available to them when they reached for words to try to describe their experience. And when there is no public language for what you owe, the only available language is the language of what you have suffered. And so the ordinary costs of commitment, the constraint of considering another person, the frictions of compromise, the sometimes uncomfortable demand that you grow into somebody that you wouldn't have been necessarily on your own, well, they get reached for by the nearest available words. And the nearest words right now in 2026, they're clinical. This is what I mean when I say the machinery is universal, but the asymmetry is cultural. These safeguarding tendencies, they run in everyone, meaning that men will reach for them too. But remember, men have an enormous, detailed, constantly repeated public script reminding them of what their obligations are. And that script is loud enough and elaborate enough to function as friction against these temptations for safeguarding. When a man might be tempted to narrate his dissatisfaction as harm, for example, the entire culture is standing next to him saying things like, actually, sir, here are the things that you're supposed to do. Have you done them? Have you tried harder? Have you grown? Have you healed? Have you simply become a better man? To be honest, the script is not always fair and it's not always kind. But the point is that it's there. And its there-ness creates resistance around the safeguarding tendency. And it prevents the machinery from ever actually fully engaging. But women do not have that script at the same volume. So when women are tempted to narrate their dissatisfaction as harm, almost nothing in the ambient culture pushes back. The peer group does not push back. The algorithm does not push back. The therapist increasingly does not push back. Her friends do not push back. Her mother, depending on which generation and what value she carries, probably at this point does not push back. So there is no equivalent. Have you tried harder? Have you grown? Have you healed? Have you become a better woman? Directed at her with the same cultural expectation and authority. So the safeguarding tendency in her runs completely unopposed. And unfortunately, the narrative of harm continues to install itself. And at the end of a long run, a woman who entered marriage in good faith, who likely would have stayed without it, and who likely has a husband who would stay through it, files at the courthouse instead. That is the 69%. Again, it is not about bad husbands. It's about a 40-year cultural silence, so total that when women look for words to describe the ordinary discomfort within a marriage, the only words available to them are the words used to describe being harmed in one. And because those words carry a clinical weight with them, the ordinary discomfort gets received by the speaker, by her friends, by her therapist, by her attorney, and eventually by the court, as an injury serious enough to justify ending the marriage. And on the other side of that ending sits a man who, statistically speaking, is now 3 times more likely to die by his own hand, 6 times more likely to develop an alcohol use disorder, and almost certain to lose daily contact with his own children. None of which the cultural script that licensed the exit ever required anyone to weigh. And here's what I have to add. Because the suicide and addiction numbers from the open of this video, they're not just numbers. They are downstream consequences of a piece of the male experience that this culture refuses to take seriously. And you need to understand the mechanism. When a man's marriage ends, he typically doesn't just lose his wife. He loses his entire emotional infrastructure and support in one single blow. The research on this is consistent and decades deep. Robert Maladro published the foundational paper on this in 1987. Pew Research Center confirmed this again in 2025. Across 40 years of survey data, men in heterosexual marriages overwhelmingly rely on their wife as their primary and sometimes their only source of emotional intimacy and daily support. The most recent Pew data found that women are 18 percentage points more likely.
Yeah, that's a problem that men really need to fix. Now, I can possibly hear some women complaining about it, and it's just like, excuse me? You expect me to trust a woman who is likely to leave me for somebody she deems better, more worthy, more fit, because she's unhappy? And, you know, there's nothing that I can say, do, wish for, want for, whatever, that will stop her. Because she's not happy? What? Five apples, 2 bottles of rice schnapps, 5 bottles of beer, 3 loaves of bread, 2 pieces of cheese, 2 grape. Okay. But, you know, this is something that the men's rights community talks about, and it's actually something that needs to be addressed. Men need to form friendships or communities with men, or, you know, or even family members who are very much willing to have your back and be there for you when you need them most. You know, this isn't Myron Gaines's, you know, my boys keep me hard, laugh, laugh, joke, joke. No. This is when I need it, my friends are there for me, and they're there to help me.
About you.
I'm not going.
I have.
You will.
I will.
All right. I guess I could show you a trick or two.
I'm listening.
Okay. When you hit someone, your technique matters.
But the
just as
point
much as your
is that for men's mental health here, it would be better for men to actually have your friends, or at least have at least some real friends that you could rely on.
That was useful.
Sure. And remember.
So, yeah, this isn't my boys keep me harder. This is, I have friends who actually care about me, and, you know, they actually want to see me thrive. They want to see me succeed. They want to see me do well. You know? That's what this is. You need to have somebody to back you up in your corner. Not just some guy swagger and be like, yeah, bro, I got you. And then when you need him, he's just like, oops. Men need real friends. They really need real brothers. They need to know you've got somebody there. And this is a really big problem. It needs to be handled properly. But is it? No. Most guys are shamed for it. Go figure.
To say that they would turn to a friend for emotional support, 12 points more likely to turn to their mother, and 18 points more likely to turn to extended family. Simply put, when a marriage ends, a woman walks into a support network, while the man walks out into a room. This is why the suicide numbers are what they are. This is why the addiction numbers are what they are. This is why 1 in 5 male suicides in this country are related to the breakdown of an intimate relationship. The man is not just losing his marriage. He's losing the one person that he had to lean on. At the precise moment, he needs someone to lean on. In the middle of the legal collapse of his fatherhood, his financing, his housing, his routine, his identity.
Cut that out.
And the discourse that licensed this entire exit treats his collapse like a personal failure, rather than a predictable consequence of the silence that I have been describing for the last 20 minutes or so. This is the part that the public conversation refuses to look at. This is the part that doesn't fit inside of the script of what a man is supposed to handle. Because the truth that has gone unspoken for the last 40 years or so is not that men are owed obedience, or service, or sex, or any of the cartoon claims that the bad faith actors reduce this down into. The truth that has gone unspoken is that men have an interior life that is just as serious and as fragile as anyone's. That they have been systematically discouraged from naming it. That they've been told that their needs in a relationship don't count as needs because they are supposed to be the strong one. And that the resulting silence is now killing them at rates that should be a national emergency, and instead, it's just a footnote. And when those men, watching the slow collapse of a friend's marriage, or sitting in the wreckage of their own, look into the discourse for some form of reflection of what they are seeing or what they're surviving, they find a 40-year-old monologue of what they owe and almost nothing about what was owed to them. That is why this video exists. Now, I want to speak directly to the men who are watching this that are not married. Men who are dating, men who are single, men who are watching their relationships around them collapse and wondering whether this whole thing is even worth entering. I know how many of you there are. Roughly. Pew Research reported in 2023 that 63% of men under the age of 30 are single. And we can see from many men, as I have said before, that you are correctly assessing the situation we are in. That the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Now, I am going to make an assumption here, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I care much more about the truth than being right. Number one, you're not broken. As men, you're not broken. You've been discouraged, you've been minimized, you've been pathologized. But you're not broken. And on top of pathology, you're not afraid of commitment. I don't believe that for a second. You're not avoiding relationships because you're immature, or insufficiently healed, or are unwilling to do the work. What you are responding to, below conscious observation or articulation, is the machinery that I just spent 30 minutes describing. You've watched it operate, you've seen friends' relationships break down because of this, you've seen online discourse humiliating and belittling men because of this, and you've seen friends' personal marriages destruct because of this. You've listened to women online or in person describe the horrors of their relationships that they had to run away from, while also acknowledging that from where you saw it and what you observed, everything looked workable. You've seen and heard, especially in my comment section or in my polls and community conversations, what happens to those men that marriages leave behind. You've seen them lose houses, their finances, their children, their reputations, their careers sometimes. And you've watched the surrounding discourse describe their suffering as deserved, fictional, or the tax that men pay for simply being men.
Yep, I can confirm this. This bad thing happened to you? Well, it's your fault for being born a man. Heard that conversation more times than I care to count. And, you know, this is just one aspect of divorce, folks. One aspect. And it's all your fault, all your fault, all your fault. Where's the accountability on the opposite end? Nowhere.
Thing that many of you couldn't name is this video. And again, your resistance to commitment is not a pathology. It's not because you are the problem. It is indeed a rational response to watching a system operate without being to fully describe exactly how it's operating, but just knowing it's unjust. And I'm hoping that by watching this video, you can now recognize the machinery when it comes. You can evaluate relationship by relationship, encounter by encounter, whether the person, specifically a woman, in front of you is using this or not. Because, in my opinion, you need to be able to see the machinery when it's running, and you need to be able to see the absence of it when it's not. And it's incredibly important that you have the discernment to tell the difference, because in the difference is where your life happens. Now, I need to close the loop on 3 very important things, and I want to close on them in a very specific order. This is where I'm going to widen the lens here and contextualize my arguments, not retract again, contextualize. And this is hopefully to give you something to carry. The first thing is everything that I've said that applies to women can indeed apply to men too. This is on a different timeline and with different downstream consequences. The collapse of a marriage harms both people. It triggers depression, addiction, and dysregulation across the board. And many women on the other side of these divorces, if they ever talk to you, because they're usually off of public platforms by the time they go through their divorce parties, okay? But many of them will tell you that they were short-sighted in their decision, that they discovered too late that they were escaping something ordinary, and that the outcome of all of this damaged everybody, their children, their ex-husband, and themselves. And because these women exist, I can tell you in volume, the cultural silence around female obligations in marriage is hurting women too, because nobody handed them the second vocabulary that might have allowed them to stay within a marriage that was workable. The second thing is not to take the clinical terms away from anybody who actually needs them. Abuse is a real term. Emotional neglect is a real phenomenon. Self-abandonment is a real construct. Trauma and psychological abuse are real, and the people who experience them deserve the full weight of what those words carry. And I'm never going to be the woman who tells you words point at nothing. So how do we get out of this? Well, in my opinion, the way out of this is to build publicly, elaborately, deliberately, and at the same volume of the male obligation, the missing script, the missing other half of this vocabulary. The vocabulary I'm speaking of is the vocabulary of what a woman knows in a relationship, what she gives, what she contributes, what it looks like when she does it well, and what it looks like when she doesn't. What growth means for her, in concrete terms, the same way that the discourse is focused on what growth meant for him. A modern version, okay, with research as the floor, that can stand next to the harm vocabulary and offer a second set of words for women to check their experience against before acting on it. And that vocabulary is something that I intend to spend a good amount of time building, one piece at a time, with research as the floor and lived experiences of men as the reason. And the third thing is a diagnostic question I want you to carry away from this video. When you hear relational distress being narrated at you, yours, a friend, partners, a stranger's on a podcast or a piece of content, I want you to ask yourself one thing. What is this language doing for the person that's saying it that ordinary terms or language would not? That question is a synopsis of this entire video in a sentence. This is not a weapon, it's not a gotcha, and it's not something that you're going to use against the person speaking, okay? It is, though, something that you use to see what's happening clearly for yourself, so that when the language is doing legitimate work, you can honor it. And when the language is doing safeguarding work, you can recognize it, hopefully, without being cruel about it. Either way, you're reading the situation accurately with open eyes, because 69% of divorces today and historically are initiated by women. That number has not moved in 70 years. That explanation that men are simply worse, bad husbands, non-committal, lazy when they become spouses, does not survive contact with the data. The real explanation is much harder to describe, and I've just spent the entire video trying to break that down for you. And the real explanation is also why I believe this pattern is fixable. Because ultimately patterns built on cultural silence can be broken by simply filling in the silence. And that is what we're going to keep doing on this channel. To the men who watch this video all the way through, thank you for staying. I appreciate you. And to the women who watched this all the way through, I'm really glad that you did. And I really hope you heard the part about how this hurts you too, because that part is real. And I meant it. Now, if you liked this video, then I think you'll like this one too. And if not, then respectfully,
alright, but you know, as you can see here, but as everyone can see here, you know, this is just more of things here. So, this is the let's see. Yeah, we'll do this one, and then we will do the TED one.
It's men cheat more, but women cheat better. But men and women approach cheating differently in my experience, and they react to cheating differently in my experience. When a man finds out that his wife cheated, his first question is, did you fuck him? When a woman finds out her husband cheated, the first question is usually, do you love her? I'm James Sexton. I'm a divorce lawyer in New York City, and I'm here to answer questions from the Honesty Box. What is cited as the most common reason for divorce? Well, the short answer is no longer wanting to be married to that person. But I think what people are usually asking when they say what's the most common reason for divorce is what are the most common precipitating factors for a divorce. And you know what the answer most people want is for me to give them some big thing. So here are the big things. And you're not going to be surprised by any of these. Adultery, infidelity, right? Financial impropriety and dishonesty about what's going on with the finances. Fights about money. Those are all examples of the big things that are the reasons for divorce. But I think that's an overly simplistic way of looking at things, because most of the things that I just said are sort of symptoms of the disease. They're not the disease itself. So what I often say to people is that the only cause of divorce, as far as I can see, is disconnection. Disconnection from your partner. And people disconnect from their spouse or their partner the same way they go bankrupt. Very, very slowly, and then all at once. So the cheating, the financial impropriety, that's the all at once. That's the straw that breaks the camel's back. But there's this series of small disconnections that leads to that. And I think that's actually the underlying cause of divorce, is all of those disconnections. What is a prenup? Prenup is shorthand for a prenuptial agreement. And what that is nuptial means married, pre means before. So it's a before marriage agreement. It's a written contract between two people that essentially governs the rules, particularly of their finances in the marriage. What I tell people is everyone who's married has a prenup. It's either one that was written by the government, or it's one that was written by you and the person that you allegedly like more than the 8 billion other options in the world. So I really do think that's the best way to look at prenups. Prenups are essentially, as far as I see it, a way for a couple to keep control over the rule set that's going to govern their marriage in the unfortunate but unfortunately likely event that their marriage will end. Because marriage is a little like the lottery. You're probably not going to win. In the United States, the divorce rate is 56%. So it is more likely than not that people will divorce. So in that situation, why wouldn't you want to create the rule set while the two of you are getting along and make rules that both of you are comfortable with?
Do you think that sometimes the suggestion of a prenup can ruin a relationship?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to have a conversation about prenups. I have a lot of people who call me and say, look, I would like a prenup. There are things I want to protect. Maybe they've been through a bad divorce, or they have particular assets that they got from family or from work that they want to protect in the event of a divorce. And it's hard. It's hard because the way someone hears you bring up the topic of a prenup is, I don't have faith in this relationship. And, you know, I think that's the wrong way to frame it. Like when I get in a car and I put on a seatbelt, it's not that I don't have confidence in the person who's driving the car. I know there are factors beyond that driver's control that could impact the necessity of me having that seatbelt. And I really hope I'm not gonna need the seatbelt or the airbag, but I like to know that I have it in case there's an issue with it. How often is divorce because of cheating? I mean, cheating is present in a lot of divorces. And the question is, it's a chicken or the egg thing, right? Like, are we divorcing because we're cheating, or are we cheating because we're ill-suited for each other and likely to divorce? And that's a hard thing to figure out. And I don't know that we'll ever be able to answer that question. Because here's the thing. The truth is at the bottom of a bottomless pit. We're never really going to get there. And so when someone says, you know, we're getting divorced because he's sleeping with his secretary, well, then he'll usually say, well, I'm sleeping with my secretary because she hadn't slept with me in 4 years. Well, I hadn't slept with you in 4 years because you're never nice to me. Well, I'm not nice to you because you never have a kind word for me. Well, I don't have a kind word for you because you're never around. Okay, now where are we, gang? We're off to the races. So when they split up, is it because of cheating? If only there were just these perfectly happy people, and then this nefarious dark cloud of the other man or the other woman wandered in and suddenly strayed them away. That's not how it works. However, does cheating play into this stuff? Absolutely. We have a human desire and need to connect with another person. So very often, is that for some people, when they make that connection during a marriage with someone else, is that the wake-up call that makes them go, oh my God, I didn't realize how far I'd come from the way that I felt about this person in the past? Yeah, that happens all the time. Sometimes it's that people need a soft place to land. You know, they don't feel strong enough to.
Yeah, scenario after scenario after scenario. Again, these are all realities that have happened. And you know, in some cases where ABUSE is involved, I don't blame people for wanting to run for cover, some help. I don't blame anybody in the slightest for that, to be perfectly honest. But it's where that's not the case.
Hey, a new
Who are you?
Gorn.
Just so everybody knows, I preferred Gorn's original voice actor. He sounded a lot better.
Where can I sleep around here?
Well, the huts are all taken. He's a bandit who just claimed a hut by the edge of the cavern the other day.
Who's us?
The mercenaries. Mercs and bandits don't share the same quarters. And teach Shrike a lesson. And you can have that hut.
Mercenary of the
But, yeah. But, again, scenario after scenario plays out. She doesn't feel safe. She doesn't feel this. She doesn't feel that.
And he put together the best fighters of the colony to start a mercenary crew.
You know, I don't feel appreciated. Does that mean I leave? Or do I have a duty to my children, and do I have a duty to my wife to work things out? Or do I have a duty to myself to go find something better? You know, this isn't a catch-22 situation here, folks. This is literally, you know, what do I value? What's more important to me? And I get it. You know, he's encountered almost every situation. But, you know, let's think back to Miss Kate there and the psychology of everything, where people are feeling attacked, people are feeling this,
You there.
feeling that.
You.
Hal.
Ever heard of... I could teach you.
Can acrobatics...
No, that's nonsense. If you want to move fast, there's a guy near the old...
But yes, I need acrobatics. That's one of the first things that whenever you play this game you need to go get. But I digress here.
Tough luck for him.
Because now when in combat I can actually get out of the way. So keep that in mind, folks, that in a lot of these situations did either spouse push the other one away because they felt that way? Think about it. Really think about that. But let's let this continue.
Leave their marriage until they have someone else who's going to be there to support them. Is that healthy? I don't think so, but it happens all the time. When you ask the question, how often is divorce because of cheating? What you're essentially saying is, how big of a problem is cheating? And here's what I'll tell you. I'm not a religious guy, but if you look at the Bible and you believe that God gave us 10 commandments, you know, that he just showed up and was like, here's the 10 rules. Don't sleep with people you're not married to. Got 2, right? Thou shalt not kill. Only 1. You know, don't bear false witness against your neighbor. Only 1. Honor the Sabbath. Only 1. Don't commit adultery. Don't covet your neighbor's spouse. It got 2. It's like God was saying, like, listen, don't cheat. I mean, seriously, don't cheat. And he only had 10, and he picked 2 of those he threw in. So this has been a problem for a really long time. And is it the cause of divorce? Is it a symptom of divorce? I don't know. We can debate about that all day. But how many divorces is cheating a part of? I would say a good 75, 80%. How much does divorce really cost? You know, love is grand and divorce is 100 grand. That's the old saying. The 2 most reasonable questions anybody asks me the first time they come to my office is, how long is this going to take and how much is it going to cost? And I tell them all the same thing. Those are the 2 questions that no honest lawyer can answer for you at the start of a divorce. Because a divorce is like a table. It's got 4 legs. There's you, your lawyer, your spouse, their lawyer. If one of those legs is off, it does not matter how nice and straight the other legs are, that table's going to fall down. So all you need is one unreasonable person for a divorce to get ugly. Now, how much can a divorce cost?
Yeah,
It largely depends on the kinds of issues that are presented. So, you know, how many conversations can you have about a bank account that's worth $5,000, right? It's only going to be worth $2,500 worth of lawyer fees to argue over a $5,000 bank account. Otherwise, you're going to lose before you even win or lose because you've spent more in counsel fees than it was worth. Arguing about things related to your kids, very hard for anybody to quantify what's a good deal or a bad deal for that. I mean, I tell my clients all the time, if you want to spend $50,000 arguing over whether Christmas Eve dinner will be held with one parent and then the children will be returned that morning, or whether it'll be starting Christmas morning, who am I to say that's not worth $50,000 worth of argument? Personally, I'd open presents the next day. It wouldn't be worth that much to me, but I don't have $200 million like some of my clients do. If you have $200 million, you might want to spend 50 grand arguing about when your kids get to open their Christmas presents.
Hey,
And just how in Belia's name would I know? All I do is work the fields. You've got no idea how much I'd love to go tell the
Is
right to show
alimony
his fucking rights
fair?
where the sun don't shine.
You know, I've argued yes and I've argued no depending on who's paying me in that. Have you seen? So alimony is a name that's used for a bunch of different things. So alimony is also called spousal support or spousal maintenance. And what it essentially is a payment made from one spouse to the other after the divorce, and it has a couple of intentions. One of them is to help rehabilitate the less moneyed person's earning capacity. So very often people make changes during a marriage based on the fact that they're planning on staying married and they're in economic partnership, where they say, you know what, you focus on your career and I'm going to focus on the house, or I'm going to focus on the kids, or I'm going to focus on helping support you in your career. Well, when that marriage ends and this sort of one person that they were as a couple splits back into two separate autonomous beings again, courts very often say, hey, wait a minute, we have to make some payment to this person to help them get back on their feet and rehabilitate their earning capacity. I don't think anybody would ever say that's not fair. Of course that's fair. If someone has made economic decisions during a marriage that it's going to make it very difficult for them to support themselves after the marriage, I don't think it's unfair to say there needs to be some rehabilitative assistance given to them while they get on their feet. Should it be so much that it cripples the...
I actually disagree with that. In the modern age, where you can literally, as long as you have a degree and a fair amount of work experience, and you can walk in, back into the job market,
Hey, wait.
you know, I'm not gonna sit here and say that you can't.
Can't say I care either.
Get.
The man's a bastard if there ever was one. No
I'm
wonder
not
the
saying
rice
that, you
will
know,
rise so
some
much.
time out of the job market isn't a problem, because, you know, employers want to see that you haven't been out of the market, or that they want an explanation why you haven't been there for 5 or 10 years.
Because I'm as...
Look at that. Common courtesy in a colony.
But still, I don't think alimony is necessary anymore unless the spouse in question has no degree, no high school degree, and no other skills outside of, you know, housing.
Do you trade?
Take your pick.
You know, beyond that, that's it. Or, I mean, I guess another one could be, you know, she's from another country, or possibly he is from another country, doesn't speak English that well, or it's their fourth language, you know, and it's really, what's the word I want to look here? What's the word I'm looking here for? You know, they really need the help because the language just isn't there. You know, those are situations I'd be understanding in. But in modern times, no. No. Brian's been heading for a cave near the pond where Jack and the boys hang around. Okay. Well, before I go there, I need more levels and more experience. So let's head back to the old camp. And do some other stuff then. But I disagree with him on that aspect. Now, do I think that someone should have to pay, you know, $5,000 in alimony and $5,000 in child support? Oh, heck no. Now, do I believe a child should be supported? Yes. But at 50-50 custody with a huge income disparity, sure. That's kind of reasonable there, where child support is needed. Where am I sitting at in my stats? Okay. But let's continue.
Other person's ability to live their life? No. But people should both be able to walk out of a marriage with dignity, not one person walk out of it with everything and the other person crawl out of it with barely anything. So in that sense, it's certainly fair. There's also a concept in the law called diminished lifetime earning capacity. And that's one of the reasons why alimony, I think, is fair. And that is, when people have children, for example, they're often in their 30s or their 40s. So if you're out of the workforce for your 30s or your 40s or both, even when you rejoin the workforce, you are way behind in that race. Like, you've started the race after everybody's been running for an hour already, so you're never gonna catch up. So alimony can be very fair. Now, is there an argument to be made that alimony is not fair? Sure there is. It has a lot to do with the particular facts of the case. And you may not be surprised to know that when people tell the story of their own life, they're almost always the hero of the story. They're very rarely the villain. So when people tell stories about the finances of a marriage, they often tell it in a very self-serving way, and that's what I, as a trial lawyer, get to do. It's like full contact storytelling. I get to go into court and try to explain to a judge either that this individual's lifetime earning capacity has been diminished and they have every right and reason for the court to give them some supportive alimony so that they can rehabilitate their earning stream, or I go in and say, Your Honor, this person has lived a lavish lifestyle through no fault of my client. They have dissipated marital assets for many, many years. They've done almost nothing to help my client earn the things that they have. They're going to receive assets in equitable distribution, and there is absolutely no reason that my client should have to continue to pay for this person and subsidize their lifestyle so that they can buy more Birkin bags. Both of those arguments can be fair, they can be unfair. What's great about my job is I get paid to make the argument, win or lose. How much do you earn? Do you want to pull out bank statements? Divorce lawyers make a lot of money if you do it well. I won't say what I make, but I will say that I could quit working now and I would be fine. I don't ever have to work for the rest of my life. And I'm only 52. So, you know, divorce lawyers do well. It's unfortunately very expensive to get divorced. And if you're good as a divorce lawyer and you work hard, you know, you can do the math. I make $850 an hour.
Yeah, that's something that should probably have a cap on it in terms of things here, because, you know, I'm not sitting here saying that he shouldn't earn money for his wages. That's not what I'm saying here. I'm saying if he's a partner in a law firm and, you know, he's making money and, you know, he's getting paid out his, you know, everything, and, you know, he might also have a couple businesses on the side and his own stock portfolio that again pays out dividends. You know, I think it would be fair for lawyers that do family law, specifically divorce law, in specific states, not all states, because there might be one divorce, you know, just as an example, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, and I'm trying to think of another state that's a good example. It's slipping my mind. But, you know, they have, they're not too population dense, and, you know, are there lawyers there? Absolutely. But are they making as much money as a lawyer in California, a lawyer in New York? Absolutely not. So, you know, this is very much, you know, depending upon where you are, I think it would be fair that in some states, primarily the really high earning states, that a certain amount of income be limited and capped. Now, this isn't to say that I'm saying he can't make money. I'm saying it should be capped. Because him making $800 an hour in New York, well, you know, that's pretty reasonable in New York, considering how expensive the city is. And how much work he probably does. That's reasonable. But if you're in Idaho and you're charging $800 for legal services, and, you know, the mean income around you is farmers who, in a good year, if they're lucky, they clear $30,000? That's ridiculous. I'm just saying, in some states, not all states, in some.
And I work about 12 hours a day, and I probably work sometimes 6-7 days a week. And then I also have attorneys who work for me, and those attorneys bill at 5.
So he's a partnered attorney in a firm. He makes really good money. Simply put, there.
$600-700 an hour, and I pay them the equivalent of $200 or $300 an hour. So you do the math. How would you define a happy marriage? That's a great question. You know, I think a happy marriage is one where people are together not because they're afraid to get divorced, but because they feel like they bring value to each other's lives.
Never ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a better way to get compensated that's faster, easier, and could get you way more money without spending years in court or paying expensive lawyers.
My mother used to say that it's really hard to define intelligence, but she could spot stupid a mile away. And I think it's really, really obvious what an unhappy marriage is. So maybe what a happy marriage is a marriage that has the absence of all of the obvious things that make a marriage unhappy. So when I watch someone taking the piss out of their spouse when they're talking about them or in front of friends, that tells me that's not a sign of a happy marriage. So maybe it's someone who builds up their partner when they're with them or when they're with other people. I think it's largely about paying attention, noticing the small things, and keeping the small things that make us feeling connected, staying present in your relationship. I think we fall in love really, really fast. There's something so chemical about the way we just meet someone and we're just intoxicated by the way we feel about them. And then we fall out of love much more slowly. I think we just slowly disconnect and we slowly stop doing the things we used to do that made this person feel seen and valued and loved and rooted for. So I think defining a happy marriage for me would be a marriage where the two people still genuinely like each other, where they still seem like if they got to pick who they were gonna hang out with, they'd hang out with each other. And also, I think a marriage where a person sees your faults and sees all your challenges and your blind spots and loves you anyway. Do you believe in soulmates? I believe that whoever created the concept of soulmates should be taken into the town square and beaten to death. Or you should tell me who they are so I can send them a check for a couple of $100,000, because they have done more to facilitate the demise of happy marriages than I could ever aspire to doing. The concept of a soulmate, to me, is absolutely bizarre. To suggest that out of 8 billion other people in the world, that there's just this one person, and they happen, by the way, to live within, like, the same town as you, where they went to the same university as you. What were the odds of that? And that's the only person you could ever have a happy, fulfilling relationship with. That's insane, folks. It's insane. And by the way, it's toxic. Because here's the thing. When you get married, society essentially tells you, hey, this person, they're supposed to be your best friend, best lover, best roommate, best travel companion, best co-parent. That's a hell of a resume, guys. Like, it'd be shocking to find someone who fits all 3 of those things. So what happens when you have this concept of a soulmate? And my partner, you know, they're the best co-parent, they're the best roommate, they're the best travel companion, but you know, they're not the best lover I ever had. Well, they mustn't be your soulmate then. That means that there's somebody out there in the 8 billion people that they would be the perfect one. And that's what's the horizon that just forever recedes and keeps people constantly craving the next thing that might check all of the boxes. It's dangerous. Look, we break in relationship, we heal in relationship. You're marrying a human being. They're just as flawed as you. They have great moments, they have awful moments, they have heroic moments, they have villainous moments. This idea that somebody out there is going to be this perfect angelic presence in your life, it is a fiction, and it is the siren song that's gonna send you right into the rocks of my office. Does being a child of divorce fuck you up? You know, that's a question a lot of people ask, and it's a fear a lot of people have. I'm not a mental health professional, but I've spent a lot of time reading the mental health literature on this because I deal with a lot of people that go through this. I'm also a divorced father myself. My kids were 5 and 7 when their mother and I split up. Now they're 27 and 25, and I'm happy to report they're very well-adjusted, successful adults who love their mom and love their dad. But here's the difference. Their mom and dad had a very good co-parenting relationship. We got along really well. My ex-wife, there's a lot of people I love that I wouldn't want to be married to, and she's one of them. And she would say the same thing about me. And she's been happily remarried for 15 years to a wonderful guy who's absolutely nothing like me, has a totally different personality. So my kids grew up knowing they had a mom and a dad who really loved them and who were there for them and who were working as a team to take care of them. So I tell you that only to say that I don't think being a child of divorce necessarily fucks you up.
Just checking
being
you
a
around
child
here.
who's exposed to parental conflict for extended periods of time definitely fucks you up. And it fucks you up for a long, long, long time, even when you work on it, even when you try to figure out ways to heal that. Parental conflict and divorce are positively correlated, right? So people who get in lots and lots of fights and people who are constantly in conflict with each other, who have children together, they're often going to get divorced. So ultimately, the question we have to ask ourselves is, how can I minimize how much my divorce fucks my kids up? And that's a question really worth asking. And the answer is to separate your relationship as this person's spouse with your relationship as being their co-parent, right? So change that job role. This person's no longer my spouse, but they're my co-parent. I'm gonna have to deal with them for the rest of my life. A divorce is at best a knife fight in a closet. And your kids are in the closet and the lights are off. So if you wanna just start stabbing, go right ahead. But you're gonna hurt yourself, you're gonna hurt your kids, you're gonna hurt everybody in that closet, and you might not even hurt the person you were trying to hurt, which is your co-parent. And by the way, you might not wanna hurt your co-parent. You might wanna hurt your soon-to-be ex-husband, but do you wanna hurt the father of your kids? Do you wanna hurt the mother of your kids? Your kids love that person. So one of the things I have to do as a lawyer is protect people from themselves and remind them that they are stuck with this person as their co-parent for the rest of their life. And that if they love their children, if their love for their children...
I disagree with that. On the level of, you know, when your children are grown, they can go to each parent individually and ask. And, you know, they can get help that way. You know, there's no need for co-parent for the rest of your life. I mean, at this stage, my mother won't even speak to my father. And they're still supposed to be co-parents for the rest of their lives. Yeah, no, I don't buy that. I mean, it's a nice thought, don't get me wrong,
Hey, you.
but it's not gonna happen. It doesn't work out that way.
Is greater than their hatred of this person, that their life will be better long term. And I can say, thankfully, most people love their children way more than they hate their ex. So the answer of, does being a child of divorce fuck you up? Yeah, depending on how your parents handle it. Have you ever thought, this is great, have you ever thought, yeah, I'd divorce this person too during a case? Abso-fucking-lutely. Oh yeah, absolutely. I actually take it a step further. I find myself constantly going, how did you ever marry this person? I look at these two people and I'll say, like, what happened? How did this seem like a good idea? You know, and I've often found myself, when I'm talking to clients, I have to have an extraordinary amount of restraint, because they'll be telling me the history of their marriage, and it's very, very hard for me. You know, they'll say like, well, you know, we were dating and he was like, had a really bad drinking problem and a terrible temper. And I think, and so you married him, you know? And they say, well, yeah, I thought he would change, so I married him. I'm like, okay, it's not a great idea, but it makes sense. And then, you know, we had a baby, and I thought, you know, well, now that the baby's here, he'll change. And then he didn't change, and things actually got worse. And then I had another baby with him, and you sit there going, all right, wait a minute. Like, at some point, there was at least 9 months between each of these kids where you could have gone, you know, 2 kids didn't do it. Maybe a third probably will not be the thing that magically makes this person not into an asshole. So that's a little surprising to me. I look at clients all the time. I look at their spouses all the time, and I find myself thinking, how the fuck did these 2 people think this was ever going to work out? I often look at my client or the other side, and I think, yeah, I would divorce this person too. But it's the version of them that I'm sitting across from at that moment. And I don't think that that's necessarily a reflection of who they are. If you judge me in my totality as a human being by my worst moment as a person, you're gonna have a bad view of me. If you judge me by my greatest moment, you're gonna have an overly optimistic view of me. What we all really know is we're just sort of an amalgam of the sum of our best, our worst, and everything in between. So, but yes, would I divorce this person too? That happens all the time to me. More often though, I go, how the fuck would anyone marry this person? The craziest terms you've seen in a prenup. Oh boy, I could do a day on this one. The craziest one I've ever seen, I've talked about before, and that is for every 10 pounds that the woman gained during the marriage, she forfeited $10,000 a month worth of alimony. That to me was the most shocking thing I've ever seen in a prenup. Not just because it's the most boorish clause I'd ever seen, but because she still fucking married this guy. Like that he presented that, and she was like, yeah, okay, that seems fair. I mean, there was something honest about it. He was basically saying, look, you know, I want you to stay skinny and hot. That was his definition of what hot was that she was skinny. So there's something honest about it. And there was an incentive for her financially to do that. But the fact that it was an enforceable clause in a prenup is really shocking to me. But what other kinds of crazy things do people put? People put all kinds of stuff in prenups. I've seen people put in the number of times per week they have to have sex. I've seen people put in things about that a person's not allowed to grow a beard or a goatee. I actually had a woman put in a goatee clause. Her husband kept growing a goatee. It was very out of fashion, but he didn't realize it. So she wanted to put in the prenup that he's not allowed to have a goatee, and if he does, that there was like a financial penalty in the event of divorce.
And as a lawyer, if someone said, oh, they haven't fulfilled, the weekly sex quota of the prenup, how do you go about?
Yeah, it's almost totally unenforceable. And that's what's funny. Like people want to put things into prenuptial agreements because it makes them feel good, like infidelity clauses, where it says if you cheat, you have to pay X, Y, and Z. Okay, how are we going to prove that someone cheated? Like, do you have to have video evidence of it? Because guess what, guys? Most people don't cheat and film it. And if they do film it, they usually keep it someplace where your spouse can't get hold of it, at least ideally. So ultimately, there's things that get put in these prenuptial agreements that it makes people feel good, but it's no real protection. As a lawyer, it doesn't matter what I know, it matters what I can prove.
Got a session, but not sure what it's missing? Ask Music Advisor to take a listen. It reads every
Is it more common for men or women to file for divorce? More women file for divorce than men. About 70% of divorces are filed by women rather than men. Now, that statistic has been weaponized in really unfair ways because it's been used to argue that women are treating marriage like a casino where they go in and then they win big and cash out their chips and run and take everything and leave the guy. That's actually not how it works, gang. It really is that women very often are in the position where they are the one who has to file for divorce. So, for example, if a man just goes out for milk and never comes back, and stops paying the mortgage and doesn't pay child support, and a woman comes to my office and says, he left, he took up with another woman, he's moved out, he's just gone, I don't know what to do. I say to them, well, we have to file a divorce action. And they say, well, I didn't want to get divorced. He's the one who wants to get divorced. Okay, but we need to get temporary child support. We need to get him paying the mortgage so your house doesn't go into foreclosure. And the only way to do that is to file for divorce. So although more divorces are filed by women, that is not an indication of the fact that more women want to get divorced than men or want to be in a situation where they had to file for divorce. I will say, in my experience in 25 years, most of the divorces that are filed by women are filed because of things that men and women did. It's not like the woman just says like, yep, the stock is as high as it's gonna get and I wanna cash out. That's not how it works, gang. Is it any different with gay couples? You know, it's too soon to tell. Like, marriage equality has not been around long enough for the honeymoon period to be completely over yet. I've done a number of divorces for gay men. I've done a number of divorces for lesbian women. I will say to you unequivocally, lesbian women, it's a lot more brutal, those divorces in my experience. It's two women. It's very emotional sometimes. Sorry to stereotype, but sometimes stereotypes are a real time saver. Gay men are not adopting with the frequency that lesbian women are in terms of having children. So when people don't have children, they very often have a lot more assets because kids are really fucking expensive. So when you don't have kids, you very often have a lot more stuff, and then you have to argue over the division of the stuff. Is it any different with gay couples, lesbian couples? No, not in my experience. It's heartbreak. Heartbreak is roughly the same for everybody. And it's, you know, you're seeing people at their worst, and they're dealing with, you know, all the stages that you deal with grief: denial, bargaining, anger, acceptance, all those things. Do men or women cheat more? That is a great question. I would say in my experience, men cheat more, but women cheat better. Like, women go big or go home. You know, men like just do dumb shit a lot of the times. And cheating is not all created the same, because there's a difference between a dalliance and an affair. You know, a dalliance is like, yeah, I did something stupid and I ended up having sex with this person or fooling around with this person. An affair is like a full-on thing, you know? And I think we can all agree those are different things. But men and women approach cheating differently in my experience. And they react to cheating differently in my experience. And I've said it before, although it's not a popular thing to say out loud. When a man finds out that his wife cheated, his first question is, did you fuck him? When a woman finds out her husband cheated, the first question is usually, do you love her? And that says a lot about what happens in these dynamics, because the question is, what does this mean to you? Does this person mean more to you than I do? Versus, has this person like taken my property? Has this person touched my property? So it says something about our sort of internal biases about how we approach our spouse and approach marriage. But you know, what I will tell you is men and women both cheat a lot. Men get caught more often in my experience than women do. Like, women, when they cheat, they're better about it in terms of how they...
Yeah, it's more like... As I was saying, you know, women are probably better at cheating, which is not something to brag about. I mean, just as an example here, I saw a video... Just as an example here, I saw a video of a man and a woman in a courtroom, and he's getting paternity tests for his adult children because he found out that his wife, he found a diary for his ex-wife, and going through the diary for his ex-wife, he found out that while they were still together, surprise, surprise, she had an affair. And there was a really good pause, and she didn't even know if he was the father of their 2 children. Mind you, this couple, when this happened, they were at least in their 60s or 70s. Easily in their 60s or 70s. And, this is I didn't get to see the whole court, but, this was a short. So, sauteed meat bug, yum yum yum.
Put that in my face.
So anyway, the judge starts reading off the paternity results, and much to the guy's what's the best way to say this? To his heartbreak and to her just flat out absolute denial, both of those kids were not his. And during each time the judge read each paternity result, she was going, no, 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 no. It has to be his. It has to be his. I'm not bringing up this story to make fun of anything here. I'm really not. But, again, this is very much a real reality. This man spent, over 18 years raising each of these kids, raised them to adulthood, then later he got divorced, and then of course he had the misfortune of finding out that the mother of the children, his ex-wife, knowingly cheated on him, hid the paternity of the children from him, and now does he even have time to start another family, to have children of his own? They're his children, he raised them, yes, but are they his biological children? No. And considering his advanced age, does he have time to even go and does he even have time to go and find somebody to have children with now? No, he doesn't. He's out of time. Not only is he out of time, he's SOL. Sure, his morals and values probably continue, but his bloodline's gone. And why did this happen? Because one deceitful woman decided she needed to have her cake and eat it too. Is that fair to him? No, it's not. Is it fair to those kids that they were denied a relationship with their biological father, who at this stage might have already passed? It's not fair to them either. But our society enforces this stuff, folks, and it's wrong. Very wrong.
Hide it? Who are weddings really for? The common conception is that they're for the bride, but I don't actually believe that that's true. I think weddings are largely for the family, for the tribe, for the people around you. And I used to say all the time that I thought weddings were silly. But what I'll tell you is the following. My mother passed away about 9 years ago after a long battle with cancer. And I got married 20 or so years ago to my now longtime ex-wife. The best photos I have of my mom were from my wedding. It's when she was a little younger. She still had her hair because she hadn't lost it yet from cancer. And I look at those pictures all the time. And it makes me happy when I look at those pictures. And I remember when I got married, I was quite young, I was 24. And I remember saying to the DJ, don't play that stupid chicken dance, you know, that thing. Like, I was like, do not play the chicken dance. Like, you're not doing that. And my mom, I guess, went to him and said, you know, I want to hear the chicken dance. And I guess he figured out, like, yeah, I'm going to listen to her and not to the group. And they played the stupid fucking chicken dance. And I have this memory of my mom doing the chicken dance. And I'm really glad I have that memory. So who are weddings really for? I think they're for the people that are there. I think they're for you to build a memory that's going to be there for the rest of your life. If the first time everyone you love is in the same room as you, honoring you, is your funeral, you're a fucking idiot. So there are good reasons to have weddings. Like, get everybody together who's cheering for you and who loves you, and have some memories, take some pictures, have some drinks, eat some pigs in blankets. Like, have a good time, because life is short and it invariably ends, and it's really, really nice to have some pictures.
Not yet.
Just put a tear to my eye.
Depends.
Mine too. It's a hard one.
Why
is love important?
Until you've made up your mind, though. One of the hats just.
You should ask that one to, like, a psychologist. I don't know. I think love's the most important thing. I mean, love is what made us.
All right.
You know, we're born of it. We're born to it, ideally, right? Like, we come out half-formed and hope whoever meets us on the other side is going to fill us in. You know, love is everything. You know, love is why we're here. And I don't just say that because I've done a lot of psilocybin, although it helps. Love is important. Love's the most important thing. I don't know why love's so important. I personally think that love is what we come from and love is what we go back to. I think God is love, but that's just my personal view of things. I think it's undeniable that love is the most important thing to most people. Feeling loved, wanting to love, and wanting to feel worthy of love. And those are three really different, but all really interrelated things. Even though I've been a divorce lawyer for 25 years, or maybe because I've been a divorce lawyer for 25 years, I think there's nothing more precious than love. There's nothing more valuable than love. And there's nothing more intoxicating and wonderful and terrifying and misleading and confusing than love. It's all of the things that make us human just all come into play when it comes to the game of love. So I don't know, it's the eternal game, and it's the reason we're here, and I think it's the greatest thing. So that's the best answer I can give to that.
I did an embalming a couple nights ago. The person would not stop pooing. And so then I had to stick the hose.
Some of the best fighters from all three camps come here to fight. Challenge one of them and fight them. Depending on how that goes, I might or might not put in a good word for you.
What are you doing?
Me.
Do you also...
Yeah, but not just for...
I want to be better with...
Good choice. Much of it comes down to posture for the fight itself. You can also use your sword to pair. What else? Right. Finally, some blood, but the better.
All right, everybody, we're gonna cut things off here. We'll probably move on to something else next. I'm gonna move on to something else next week because I've been trying to get through this, but thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I'll see everybody next week. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying Gothic with me. This is going to be one heck of a ride. But until then, see everybody next week. Thank you.